My name is Kevin G. Jewett. I work for Dayton Public Schools. I am a bus driver and OBI trainee at this time. When I joined DPS, it was at a time where me as a bricklayer, I couldn't find a job, and they have kept me working ever since I got here. Long as you have integrity, they trust you. There's primarily integrity and trust. Long as you're fair about that, they're fair with you. A bus driver to me means freedom and integrity, issues that I can be trusted, and you can trust me with your children. The ones I carry, they know I'm gonna treat them, and their parents know that I'm gonna treat them just like I treat my kids. Zero tolerance, bullying, and whatever, and that I have their best interest. After all, they're the most precious cargo. I love driving. I never thought I would love driving, but I love driving, and I'll pick any kid up anywhere. And once they're in my care, you best believe I'm gonna do my best to protect them.
Remember, we tell you before, there are 4 reasons why you vote. For candidates or issues that benefit you, your livelihood, your family, and your community. No other reason. You don't vote because someone is tall or short, black or white, male or female, Republican or Democrat. You vote those 4 reasons. That takes care of you and your family and your community.
So today is the first time I'm going to be voting for my family. My family is from Mexico, so I'm the first generation from my family. So right now, this is everybody in the background is voting for the first time. It was a very amazing experience. I like that we were crossing around the bridge, and it was just a very powerful moment where it's like your first time, and you're going to have that as your memory to oh, I remember I have to cross the bridge to vote. If you want to fix something that is really injustice, then your vote really does matter. Every person votes matters. Voting for the first time is kind of exciting because I get to go home and then just tell my parents that I just voted, and then they just seem proud of me because they never experienced something like this of voting before. So I'm kind of giving them a chance to oh, if something is wrong, I'm able to make the change.
We've done a full overhaul of Welcome Stadium when we come to renovation. If it was in there, we touched it. We have the field that opened up last season, the track that opened up last season. Those were completely renovated to new state-of-the-art materials. And as you see as you drive by, we have an amazing press box that happened. During the season, we actively worked to make sure that we got our bleachers touched on. Our locker rooms have been up to date because we live in a different world now. We want our kids to feel comfortable and utilize them in the way they need. Concessions, which is the heart of why many people go to any event, is to get the food. We've also added in our Hall of Fame display because, again, there's a lot of rich history here that people don't know about, and the best way for them to learn about it is for them to actually see it.
At some point in your life and your career, you've came through here for whether it was a 5K run, whether it was the pantry, whether it was a church having a celebration out in the parking lot. And I think that's what makes this project big, because it was bigger than DPS, but it is good to call it home. It's definitely a historic moment, and I'm glad that I'm able to be part of this experience. We're talking about 1949 when this was created. We're talking about 2008 when we had a new track and a new field, and here we are now. And not just here, everywhere, there's a lot of newness. So our kids, they deserve this and probably more.
When you hear the students in the classroom talking about all the renovations, they're thrilled about it because they go to some of the best schools all over Ohio, and they're in and out of great stadiums. When I first started with Dayton, I thought it was strange that you had a shared stadium, and I thought that might be a limitation. But I quickly realized how valuable that was, where you have all 6 schools and everybody's like, nope, this is my field. And so everybody gets their best time, and the students just love Welcome Stadium.
It actually means a lot. I think it shows a level of commitment by our district to put money into our facilities for the kids. It gives them an opportunity to look forward to play in something nice. Playing this stadium over 20 years ago, it was pretty old, the season at that time. And now to come back now to see the revamps and the changes, I mean, it gives a level of excitement, like I said, for people that like to come watch the kids play, just to see that we play in one of the nicer stadiums in all the nation. It's almost collegiate level facilities, and I think it's nice for the kids to look forward to that. By donating, it shows that we're invested with the kids also. So as a community, we say we're all about the kids, and you know, this is our opportunity to show that.
One of the biggest things when it comes to sports is it really helps the kids feel pride in their school, feel pride in where they're from, feel pride in their team. And so the legacy of anything, of any school, I mean, you hear about those stories, this person that graduated from this school, you talk about it forever. I mean, you know, there's kids that played at Belmont. I hear still brought up even from 4 years ago where none of these kids were there. People still talk about them, and it just goes back to having that sense of pride. Somebody that went to my school did this, I can do great things too.
I attended Ohio State University and became All-American, Big Ten player, and also a college football Hall of Famer. And after I left Ohio State, I went and played 13 years in the National Football League. I was the first-round pick of the Philadelphia Eagles in 1986, and I played in Philadelphia for 7 years, and I also scored a touchdown in Super Bowl 31. And this is a showcase. If you can play well here, you can play well anywhere, and it starts, Welcome Stadium. Football's been so good to me, and it's been special. It's given me so much. And for me to have the opportunity to give back, out here you see people able to fulfill their dreams, and you watch their games, and people will talk about them for the next 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the dreams that they make here at Welcome Stadium.
Just being here, I mean, as a coach, as a community member, as a member of Thurgood Marshall alumni, just to see the renovation, see the opportunity that's being brought to the students here, it's amazing, because this is our future. The student population right now, in another 10 years, they're going to be the people that are representing and making the decisions for our city, for our community, for just pretty much our society.
We've built a stadium that is not only for student athletics, it is for community events. It is for bringing different event goers into the area. We are in a location where this is where you want to be at, and we want our people and our community to feel that and feel that excitement when they're in here and throughout the whole space. This project was started in 1927, and it's 2023, and we're finally close enough to actually completing the full design of what Dayton Public School students should be able to enjoy and utilize. Welcome Stadium, honoring and advancing our legacy.
Hi, my name is Robin Patterson from Ponus CTC, a part of the Media Arts program, and we are here at Belhaven to interview the student spotlight, Gabrielle.
Gabrielle Shanklin has been a Belhaven Bobcat since kindergarten. She's always a pleasure to have in class and exemplifies following the Bobcat way every day. Gabby has excellent attendance and shows up every day with a positive attitude and smile on her face. Gabby is always ready to learn. Her amazing grades reflect her hard work and effort in the classroom. Gabrielle is a great role model for new students and especially helpful as a peer guide. Gabrielle participates in student council and many other after-school programs.
What's your favorite subject in school?
It's definitely math.
Do you have a lot of friends in school?
Yes, I have a lot of friends. Jemiah, Anila, Jasmine, Nelky, Lance, Edward, Glenn, Marsha.
What do you like about being a peer guide?
I get to meet new people every single year, and I can make new friends. I can show them around and stuff, and how we do stuff around here, and what's the Bobcat way.
What got you into dancing?
So I've been dancing since I was like 5. I started like loving it. I started like dancing at home. I started dancing to like Beyonce, DaBaby, and all them artists. And I thought they were like really cool. So I wanted to dance to like more hip hop more R&B, and I thought it was like really cool because I've been seeing some people on YouTube and TikTok. They dance like so smoothly, and I want to dance like that. So,
do you have a message for your classmates here at Belhaven?
Like, live the Bobcat way, and like if somebody tells you that you need to give up, like you can't do this, you suck at this, don't listen to them. Just keep trying, and just ignore them, and like just think about like the positive way and stuff, because if you think in the wrong way, it might cause to something being really wrong. So just like think in a positive way, so like you can get good grades, you can meet new good friends and all that. So yeah.
We're here today to break ground on our new transportation center. It's a facility that's going to house about 170 transportation individuals. That means mechanics, drivers, paraprofessionals, secretaries, IT analysts, and other payroll specialists. And so all those folks will be housed in that space. We'll also have brand new concrete where we're standing now for all 150 of our buses, which is a huge undertaking in itself. So not only a renovation of the transportation center, but also a full blacktop for both sides of the transportation center for the buses and new parking for the employees. I'm most excited for the employees. I've said it on a number of occasions. I've said it at board meetings. I've said it in the paper. Equity is a big issue for me. This is a space that we've forsaken. It's been one of the last structures that we've renovated. This is a space where mostly women are here, and we've looked the other way until now. I am proud to have been one of the primary drivers of this project, along with support from the Board of Education. We're here today to break ground on our new transportation center.
Discombobulated.
Okay, next week for the presentation, I can pick the app or something.
How are you?
I'll show you. Can that be one of our presentations? I can't remember the name, but.
Can you and I talk about that?
About PSC awards that were from last year that we got because we purchased the product, and then we were having fights and all type of stuff, and suspensions and all type of bullshit last year. How was the conference?
That's good. These are live, FYI. They're live all night. We don't have any audio features. So if we had a plus rate call.
Okay. We'll talk.
Two more.
Thank you.
You wanna use a computer? Hop on. I mean, he should have a school log in. State technology.
I just can't get it online, too.
Let's see. Let's see what our things are doing. So you the president?
Yes.
Who's the vice president?
Anaya.
Say easy go. She goes to third. I don't know her name though. Yes.
She is a representative.
That's it. You raise it. Well, he doesn't have to go there. He's not gonna have it. We'll go to Dayton Public Schools. There. Go to the board.
You know what? Need I say it?
So you brought yourself 3 drinks and you didn't offer any?
Thank you.
I got you. Pass it down to Tommy. You want one?
You drink carbonated water? That's carbonated water. Unless you want regular water. Thank you.
You want regular or carbonated?
I'll drink regular.
Okay.
No, I have water. There you go. You got these too. All right, on the board doc, click on board doc. All right, hit review session. Review this agenda. All right, you in there.
Yes.
Yeah. You ready? Joseph? You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I got my football.
I now call to order this, what's today's date? November 14th. The November 14th review session. Madam Treasurer, may we have roll call?
President Goodwin.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
He has an excused absence.
Mr. Sampson.
Present.
Ms. Wigani.
Present.
Dr. Pickett.
Present.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Present.
Mr. Lacey.
Here.
6 present.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, can I ask that you add Mr. Tommy Nichols as our student?
Oh, okay.
I'd like to make sure he gets counted for being in attendance here tonight.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
call-
Nichols.
Can you call his name too, so
Okay.
he can be on the mic?
Mr. Nichols.
Present.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Before we get started, I'm actually going to deviate a little bit to give our student representative just a chance to introduce himself. You know, nothing better than doing public speaking when you didn't know you were going to do it. Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, my name is Tommy Nichols. I am a senior at Meadowdale High School. This is my first time in a leadership position, so I'm just proud to be here.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to our special presentations.
All right, our first presentation for today is Graduation Early Warning System from our Dynamic Accountability and Assessment Director, Belinda Clark.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Goodwine, board members, Superintendent Dr. Lawrence, and Treasurer Braha. All right, so we currently have a graduation early warning system that we contracted with research with Hanover, Research Council. They used our data from 2008 to 2023 for students currently in grades 6 through 10 as of this year. And we've previously done this. We had a dashboard before COVID. However, data has changed since COVID. So what they used as factors would be demographic data as well as behavior data and students' prior academic performance. The demographic data consisted of students' race or ethnicity, gender, language proficiency status, IEP status, as well as their gifted status. Behavior data consisted of a student's attendance rate based on the number of days they were enrolled, suspensions, whether they had 1, 0, 1, or 2 or more in a year. Their prior academic performance data was their previous year's OST scale score, and specifically their scale score, not just whether they were proficient, limited, basic, advanced, or accomplished in both reading and math, as well as their prior year GPA, specifically for 10th graders. Just because 10th graders really only take one test, or may only take one test, I should say, potentially only taking algebra. And so their findings were that for the current 23-24 students enrolled in our school, we have about almost 54% of our students who are currently at risk of not graduating. 22% at risk, at that warning level, which is lower than at risk, but is not in that not at risk category, and almost 25% of our students are not at risk. And so that is significant based on all of those characteristics. And so we've done a few things, and the next slide just kind of details out specifically for our 10th graders. And so that research only went up through 10th grade, because when our students reach 10th grade, we then, our students who reach 11th and 12th grade have a much higher propensity of graduating at that point. And so we need to intervene when they're 9th and 10th graders and really begin that intervention at that point. And so I did break out our 10th grade data by school, and this is by school that they attended in 9th grade. And so the schools, the blue, I'm sorry, are the percent of students who were not at risk. I did not include the number of students who were in each of those 9th grade classes. I did it as a percent. And then the students in red are warning, and then at risk is the yellow portion, just so that you can kind of see at a glance where our current 10th graders lie. Some of the things that we have done or are currently doing, we have developed an MTSS dashboard. So success coaches, counselors, men of color, females of color, staff can use when they're working with students that really give a full data picture for students. We have developed, or we are in the development process for a graduation ready dashboard for principals, counselors, and support staff. As well, on one of their Saturday meetings, we met with all principals to really review and dive deeper into the factors that put a child at risk for not being graduation ready. One of the sheets that is currently in use by some buildings, and I know it's really small, but I wanted to kind of give you a picture or a glance at what all it encompasses. And so it tells you the student's program, it gives, particulars about a student, but it also says the student's current status, what classes have they already taken and passed. It doesn't tell you the grade, because at this point we're not worried about the grade, just that they have taken and passed the courses for graduation requirements. And then we go on and we actually look at the next level of requirements. What were their scores on their Ohio State tests? What credentials have they earned? How many work-based learning hours have they earned? And what SEALs do they have? And so on the next slide, these are the dashboards that are currently in development. And so similar to that very colorful spreadsheet is our own graduation requirements dashboard that will do all of these things for counselors and for principals, so that they can at a glance look at their 11th graders, look at their 12th graders, and identify, looking across the row, how many of our kids really are graduation ready, and who do we really need to go have some heart-to-heart conversations with. Now that is not based on what I'm going to call cohort data. That's based on actual grade level data at this point. We will eventually be able to cohort it so that we are seeing the students who entered 9th grade all together and where they are in that spectrum. The second screenshot there is the MTSS dashboard, and that one is much more complete. We're still ironing out the college and career assessment block right there. However, the rest of it is relatively complete. So in the grades section, it shows the student grades for the prior quarter, and then the grades that they are currently earning during this quarter, as well as any referrals or anything like that a student may have had.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have.
Go ahead.
Okay, on the findings, on page 6.
Yes.
So we have like 500 to 600 students. Well, yeah, 660 from 6th through 9th grade, and then 10th grade we've got almost 1,200 students. Is that?
So that does actually align with how many students we have enrolled, and what happens as students matriculate through high school is a lot of students end up stuck, in essence, being a sophomore because they haven't earned enough credits yet to matriculate being a junior.
Okay.
And that also increases them being at risk for not graduating because they haven't earned the credits yet to matriculate.
Okay. And that's all I have.
Board Member Witt.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Always wonderful to get you to present this data. You mentioned that, we have to do better at 9th grade level to, attract this. Why 9th grade? Why can't we start in junior high?
Oh, we definitely can start in junior high. And I'm not saying that we don't. What I'm saying is when you look at between 8th grade and 9th grade, or that 7th to 8th grade, the big jump between at risk is between 7th and 8th grade. It drops by 1% when they move to high school. However, for students, there's a big change in a lot of things, just that social emotional, and then also, what they're doing at a high school, and their credits, and they have to earn them, all of those things.
Right, and I think my reflection there was more along the lines of preparing our junior high kids for what high school looks like more, and talking about those credits. And I know that we do, but I think that we have to continue to enforce it. I just sat at the Black Caucus dinner on Sunday evening, and they had a panel of students, and one of the recurring themes that I heard from the students was that, we're not ready for high school, junior high. What if you could reimagine junior high, what would it look like? And many of the comments were based around being ready for high school. And these kids probably look somewhat like our kids, but have, it looks a little different as well. So I just want to encourage us to keep focusing on that junior high model, because we lose a lot of kids. And if we have 10th graders that are having a hard time keeping up, those were already junior high kids that had larger gaps. So just want to keep the focus on. I appreciate you. Thanks.
Of course. Thank you.
Dr. Pickett.
Thank you, Madam President. Looking at you look at the data, and you have the variables of race and ethnicity, gender, LEP or IEP status, and gifted status. Is there a way that we can differentiate and see how the students fare based on those demographics, how they influence their how much they're at risk?
Yes, I definitely can. I can get that to you separate.
Do you have any indication right now or an idea?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. And then the one more question that I have, I'm looking at the international school that has as probably higher than Stivers in terms of having kids not at risk. Can you explain to me what that is? Is that because they're not being tested?
They have fewer numbers, and so they have fewer students, and so the students they have that are not at risk, they make up a higher percentage of the student population.
Okay, because the school has 475 students, right?
But so this is just last year's 9th graders, and so they didn't have very many 9th graders last year.
Got it. Thank you for the
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? All right, I have some. I don't know if you'll be able to answer. It's more of a Dr. Lawrence and the team, because as I'm looking at slide 7 here, we got 9th graders that were more than 50% that were at risk. And in the warning, I'm gonna just go ahead and make the assumption that they enter 10th grade at that same level. So although the data is great, it matches what the assumption already is. What is the plan again here? Like how, if it's even practical for us to shift these numbers in meaningful ways, as Board Member Wick has stated, starting earlier. I mean, chances are, the older you get, the harder it gets for you to get something down. So like, what's the plan here? Again, it keeps coming back, like, this data is good data, but it kind of matches already the natural assumption is that we are failing our students in meaningful ways, and you see it in numbers.
We'll present the academic action plan next week. We have it.
Give me a little sample. What you got? Let me
Little
get a
sample,
taste. What's coming?
eighth grade transition. So we're requiring all eighth graders to have summer school this summer. Eighth grade focus on mathematics. Right now, we are in schools doing fidelity audits on the implementation of mathematics, pre-K through 3. Keisha Sheehy has been out in several buildings working on the science of reading and, again, fidelity audits. Who's doing the work and are they doing it with fidelity? So we certainly would be glad to present that.
That's great. What about these people? That's great. Like, I think that is awesome, and I hope that we got 3 or 2.5 years left with this group that's tested.
Yeah.
What's the plan, or can I get a sample on the plan on what are we going to be able to do realistically to make some improvement with these individuals while they're still with us?
Fidelity of implementation, and also human resources, making sure we get teachers in those classrooms. Those are really simple things, and that's how we have to go out this process. I mean, I think we've been doing this now a little over 100 days, so we're investigating and uncovering lots of things like this that are not good at all.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing like the in-depth plan of it, because it's a lot of questions that I'm hoping some tangible solutions are coming out of, because every day, I mean, it just looks grimmer and grimmer from where I'm sitting at.
We agree.
This.
We agree.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you. Next presentation.
Athletics. Come on up.
Good evening, Dr. Goodwine, Dr. Lawrence, board members, Treasurer Hewitt, and Mr. Tommy Nichols. Good to see you. Thanks for letting us share our offerings as the ADs and Chastain are preparing to join me. Just wanted to highlight that there has been some growth. Last year we had 890 athletes on high school level. This year we have 890 compared to 754 last year. And then for middle school, we have 414 compared to 207 from last year. So just wanted to talk about.
Chief Jones, if I could interrupt you for 1 second. The slide that you guys are showing doesn't seem to be accessible to the public. I'm looking at his screen right now, and it's requesting permission to get in. Is there any way that you guys can put something so people outside of here can see your presentation as well?
Oh, I cannot see it either.
Oh, yeah.
I just got permission.
You did?
So anything you guys can do in the time that you guys are up here, just so people who want to follow along with you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, continue on.
All right, looks like AD Mullins is giving you guys access. Those particular stats were not on the slide. That's why I wanted to share them starting out. So we'll have AD Mullins come, and then AD Goddard, following that, AD Wynn, and then Chastain, our new position for intramural and partnerships, athletic partnerships will end. So we'll share our offerings at each school.
That link should be updated so that anyone with the link can access it now.
Appreciate you.
Yep, no problem. So this slide shows the sport offerings for Belmont High School. A couple of highlights I want to point out. Football had a significant increase in numbers from last year to this year. They also had a new first-year coach, so he did a great job of recruiting in that building. Cross country, they were the boys and girls champions. So I know that program has a lot of pride, and they keep their numbers and enrollment high. Coach Norsworthy does a great job with that program. And then cheerleading, they've also seen significant growth. They were definitely our smallest squad. They had a new coach, both middle and high school level this year, and saw an increase in numbers. And then boys and girls wrestling in the winter. Those are second-year coaches who did a fantastic job last year of getting girls wrestling off the ground. They have a larger roster, boys wrestling and girls wrestling this time around, and I think they've found a few more girls tournaments only to go into, and I know they're excited about exploring those tournaments a lot more. And then our boys volleyball program was new last year. That is a returning coach, and he's very excited about continuing to increase the numbers in that sport. Dunbar High School. So football did a great job of increasing numbers again. They actually had enough numbers. We played a small JV schedule for them, and I know that next year they look to do a full JV schedule. Girls volleyball had a new coach, but was able to maintain JV varsity numbers this year. And then cheerleading had significant growth this year. They saw a significant increase in numbers, and they will have a full JV and varsity squad for basketball season. Boys and girls wrestling, again, we have a separate girls coach for Dunbar this year. And I think they've close to tripled the number of girls on their roster compared to last year for wrestling. And then we do look to add softball and boys volleyball for them. And then for the fall of 2024, we have already identified a candidate for their boys soccer coach. So we're looking for that program to return to the building there in Dunbar. And then for opponents, girls volleyball had their numbers up, a new coach there as well. Girls soccer numbers increased. They were the Co-City champions this year, which was a great accomplishment for them. And then we offered golf for the first time in that building. That only had 3 students that were there the whole season, but I think they got the chance to participate in a new sport. All 3 were new to the sport, got a chance to learn that. And then this winter, boys basketball, Coach Bradley, they'll have a full freshman JV varsity squad, which last year they were not able to field a freshman team. And then boys volleyball will be a new addition for them in the spring.
Hello, so at Meadowdale, we had a new coach, football coach. I think he restored a lot of enthusiasm and excitement in the program. We did play a small JV schedule at Meadowdale as well, and that's a growing program. So he's doing a really good job there at Meadowdale. We have cross country, girls volleyball, cheerleading, and I think they've seen an increase in numbers with cheer as well, especially going into the winter season where they will have a freshman cheer team at Meadowdale. Our winter sports, we got a new boys basketball coach. And then the wrestling, we see an increase with wrestling with participation with girls and boys in wrestling. In the spring, we have track and field, baseball, softball, and boys volleyball. That was the first year of boys volleyball program last year, so we have to replace the coach now that Coach Chastain is with us here in the athletic department. And moving into the future, we believe there is an interest in boys soccer at Meadowdale going into next season. At Stivers, once again, cross country, girls volleyball, boys soccer and girls soccer, cheer and girls tennis. Those coaches did a really good job. I think the participation with those sports has been pretty steady. Going into winter, we got a new boys and girls basketball coach. I think the boys basketball program currently see an increase with them, and they're projected to have a freshman team, which they did not have last year. The girls basketball program, we have to get the participation up with them, continue to build in girls basketball. But with the wrestling program, they also see an increase in participation of girls that's coming out for wrestling. And then moving into the spring, we have track, boys tennis, and then we believe we will have boys volleyball this season at Stivers in the spring. Moving forward to Thurgood, we did see an increase in numbers in football. Cross country and their track program is growing. And then cheer is growing as well. The girls volleyball program, young coach, second year coach, but she does a really good job. So I think that program will continue to increase in their participation into the future. Into the winter, it's the major sports. And then we see an increase with cheer and wrestling as well. They do have some swimmers over at Thurgood, and I think there's an increase in interest. There's more kids trying out for swimming at Thurgood swimming. And then into the spring, we will have boys volleyball again, softball. We look to get off the ground. We tried to do softball last year, but participation fell right before the season, so we had to cut the sport last year, but we believe we will get that off the ground this school year. And then moving into next school year as well, we believe there's interest in boys soccer, so we look to get that off the ground and get that rolling into the start of the new year so they can get a good jump on it.
So for middle school, as Chief Jones said, our participation has risen quite a bit. Last year for fall, we had 203 participate. This year we had 14. A lot of that is due to we're starting from zero. Now we have some momentum going. We have some good coaches in place. Also, we expanded our soccer, so now we have 4 soccer teams. We have cross country. Every school participated in football in some capacity. We had 2 combined teams, so every school was represented on those teams. And then also our cheer teams have grown as well. So for fall, we offer football, cross country, girls volleyball, soccer, and cheerleading. For winter, we offer boys and girls basketball, cheerleading, and we're looking to add boys and girls wrestling as well. And then for spring, we currently offer track and field.
Good evening. I hope everybody's doing well. Okay, intramural sports and youth sports. Here are the events that we host throughout the year. Punt, pass, and kick, which is football. Dribble, pass, and shoot, which is soccer. We've already hosted those events. They were very successful. Bowling is up next, December 2nd. We host that event at Beaver Creek Bowling Alley. Dribble, pass, and shoot, which is basketball around the world, basketball, chess and checkers, track and field. I would also like to highlight Mr. Bailey and the intramural coaches and the phenomenal job that they do throughout these events. The parental participation is great. At these events, we just have a great time. The kids are very excited, the parents are happy, and I'm just happy to be a part of that. And I'm looking forward to hosting these events moving forward. Myself and Mr. Kersey, in regards to Dayton United basketball and cheer, last year we had 37 participants. This year we have 70. In regards to cheerleading, last year we had 10. This year we have 28. The number of schools that participated last year was 8. This year is 12. As you can see, we're ascending in the right direction. I also like to mention which is not on the screen is the City of Dayton and our partnership. Right now they have a gaming room that holds 8 chairs and 4 monitors. They want to host a tournament with our kids, and they want to use our kids to, jumpstart this gaming room. I think it's a great situation for our kids. I think they can benefit from this, and I'm looking forward to partnershiping with them in that moving forward. Next week, we have a meeting to discuss our MOU with them to secure our partnership with the City of Dayton. Also, we've been in discussion with the Pee Wee football leaders. Right now, we're looking to start a league next year with Pee Wee football. We want to use our 6 high school names to represent their teams. We've already purchased benches for the fans. We've identified the sites, and we're meeting on December 3rd to discuss rules and regulations regarding Pee Wee football. That's all I have at this time. Anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. Are there any questions? Go ahead, hop on the mic.
I know there's been a little bit of talking of like women's flag football. Have y'all talked or discussed about that?
We are trying to identify what that will look like. Obviously, sometimes people are always asking, am I gonna get paid and things like that. So we're just trying to work through some of that stuff. And also with the DEA contract, we can't just add sports on that category. So we are looking to explore more opportunities, even for the middle school with the flag football for girls.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, I have a couple. Thank you guys for this presentation, and this is one that I did request for myself because I wanted people to see some of the offerings that we had in the district. How do parents or students find out about these sports or offerings at their schools, and that's anything from the elementary all the way up to the high school?
Yeah, I think what we've been doing in our parent meetings, we also send things out through our Final Forums, which is kind of like Parent Square on the academic side. We talk about it when we have like the hiring fairs as well. I think we can be intentional with pushing it out more, but we do graphics on social media as well. So I think you can't never go wrong with over communicating. So, but there are some things we have been doing.
Can people still sign up for any of these, like the people who aren't actively in there and they're trying to get their kid into something here, or they're trying to figure out something here? Can they still sign up now? And if so, where would they go, or who should they talk to if they want to find out more information?
Yeah, well, the associate ADs will be the first step, and so we do have deadlines on when you can join the roster, and it looks like tomorrow is the deadline. So we do those for various reasons because of the compliance piece and things like that. So, but in big picture, the associate ADs for each representing school will be the main contact. But for the sake of now, we can do vjones@daytonpublic.com. That's my email address.
Okay. And it's really good to see some of the growth. I believe we went from one bowling program 2 years ago to 3 last year, and you're at like maybe 5 or 4 this year?
Yes, that's ongoing. Sometimes we have participation, but we have to find the human to get in that spot. So we are growing in that area. And
So-
sometimes we do co-ed too.
Okay, so my question for you is, in some of our other sports, like traditional ones like baseball and softball, or even tennis, which I think I've only seen at one school, are there opportunities for individuals who don't necessarily want to be on an official team, but they want to learn the sport and play it in some capacity, but not officially because they don't have the skill set? Do we have clubs or any of those type of things that aren't as official as being on a team, but there is a space for them to be able to come and experience the sport?
I think we're trying to explore our club situation here with Dayton Public Schools, even with the flag football piece too. So I'm navigating through that right now, just trying to figure out who's the main point of contact. But I think that is something we want to explore because our goal is to have opportunity for all students, even if they're not on the varsity level.
Okay, and final one on this one. For our students that go to the international school or Charity Adams that have the middle school program, if they would like to play a sport that I'm sure that their schools don't have based on their numbers, what options, how would they, or is transportation provided for them, A, to go to another middle school to play with those teams, and B, how would those individuals, again, find that out for those students?
Well, we could connect with those principals. With the middle school piece, they can combine, so they do have the opportunity. International, when we get with the high schools, that's a little tricky. However, we can connect with them to identify how to get that going because they are assigned to a homeschool as it relates to athletics.
All right. Go ahead, Board Member Witt.
Thank you. I'm really on a middle school kick, you guys. So in talking to a lot of our middle school students, it would seem a big gap is the not getting a physical, not getting the paperwork done. Because a lot of our kids come from group homes, they have different situations that they're dealing with, and just getting paperwork done and getting physical seems to be a real barrier to a lot of our students at middle school, even though I know we're increasing, and thank you for the work. I think we're doing a great job. But if we could have more one-to-one contact with maybe some of our students in those schools or junior high schools to make sure that we're helping them get the work done. I think some of these kids are independent and doing a lot of this work, and that's fine. But what we can do to help bridge some of those gaps there. And I know it's too late for winter probably, but going into spring somehow, the physicals seem to be a major barrier, and then just a lot of the paperwork and follow through. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll respond to you a little bit. So for fall, winter, for fall and winter signups, we have had physicals offered at Wagaman and at Wright Brothers. And then I've also personally drove some kids from E.J. Brown to go get a physical as well. So the ones that I do know that need help, I do go try to help them get physicals and things like that. But we do need more parent involvement. So a lot of it is the parents have to sign their waivers first. Our students are under 18, so they're not adults. So I can help them set up accounts, which I do, but I ultimately need the parent to give us consent to take the kid to get a physical and stuff like that. So we just need to try to figure out how we can increase our parent support.
Thank you.
I would like to add too, we do have a partnership with Five Rivers where those students that do get the Medicaid, they can get that for free. And then I think it's $20 otherwise. So we do have that support through Five Rivers as it relates to the physicals.
All right. One more question for you guys. For the elementary programs, where should parents go and who should they reach out to if they want to be involved in either, I think I saw the Kroc Center or the City of Dayton program? And by what time or deadline should they contact you guys by?
you know, different organizations have different deadlines. I do know that the Kroc Center has what you was referring to earlier about if you're not an elite player in regards to basketball, they have another league that they're starting in December that kids can register for and participate in that. But they can get with me, they can email me at dwchastsr@daytonpublic.com, and I can get them all the information they need.
Okay. Thank you all for the presentation. Are there anything else? All right, thank you.
I just want to add to Coach Chastain, we have been intentional with going to the lunchrooms at the elementary level, and he is sharing those flyers to the district principals as well. So thanks again for having us.
Thank you. And I will say, I do appreciate us showing, again, our offerings in athletics. I do have a request out too for us to show our offerings in student activities, just so individuals and families know, in addition to athletics, just other opportunities that students can do after schools. That is coming soon. So, all right. Next on our agenda is hearing from the public, which I did make this switch since we do vote on things to allow the public to speak anytime that we vote on something. So just letting everybody know that. Madam Treasurer, do we have anyone registered to speak?
Yes.
All right. 1 second. Let me get the script out. I would like to remind the speakers that there is a 3-minute limit. I'm not sure if we have a team tonight, so if not, I will keep it for you, but it may be on the clock to the left of me. It is inappropriate to address any matter of pending disputes, grievances under a labor agreement, disciplinary action involving an employee or student, ongoing labor negotiations, concerns, or matters that have already been settled, and or any matter which, because of its nature, is deemed appropriate to be discussed in executive session. And when you please come to the mic, please state your name and address. Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
David Jones.
Hello, good evening, board. This is my first time coming here. Like you said, my name is David Jones, member of the public. My address, my physical address.
Whichever address you've given us today.
All right, I stay in Harrison Township. Just real quick, something that's been on my mind, school consolidation. I feel like we're the only local city that have 7 schools, averaging graduating class between 150 and maybe 200. And other city schools, like our sister cities, as far as Miamisburg and Centerville, their graduating classes are slightly higher, maybe 300 to 400 students. I get it, we're a larger city than these other cities that I'm talking about. Another reason I looking at school consolidation is because our sports teams, like a lot of the people that we talked about here, well, they brought up the sports. I watched a lot of football games. Our football team had, my son goes to Ponus, their team had sometimes 25, maybe 30 students. While we went to a game way out in, I forget the city, they had a full 53-man roster, and half our students were playing both sides of the ball. That's why I feel like school consolidation could really help us competing in sports. Also, school consolidation will help us on the socioeconomic side of things, where our resources are pulled into just one, maybe 2 or 3 high schools that the city could have. Kind of like our other bigger schools, Centerville, Miamisburg, where they consolidate all their resources into one big school, and they have all these things allotted to their children as far as better instruments, better sports equipment, better school resources as far as books and things of that nature. I know with the economy and everything, it can look a little rough. I know the average Dayton economy here is about a little over 20,000 from what I read over on a census, and these sister schools or sister cities, they're averaging about 35, a little over 35,000. But I feel like we just pull all our resources into 2, maybe 3 schools, we could be a little more competitive on the sports side, the academic side, and even on the teacher even from a teacher aspect where they can be paid a little bit more and they have a little more resources available to them as well. So that's probably my time, but thank you guys for listening to me.
Thank you, and I will let you know that it is an ongoing conversation with us as well, so we are talking about it in that capacity, in some capacities, but thank you for coming out, we do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers, Madam Treasurer?
No.
All right, thank you. Dr. Lawrence, your first recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Goodwine. I recommend approval of the following human resources agenda for a vote. A.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna ask that we actually vote on this after we come out of exec session. There are several items of questions that I personally have. Are there any objections to that?
No.
All right, are there any questions that people want to put on the floor right now? Or are you guys good to wait?
Well, I have a question, if that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I had requested to make sure that all of the people that we are rehiring did not have a label in their file that says that people are not to return to the district. Oh, do we have that?
Yeah, we eliminated.
Okay, so all of these people have been vetted in terms of none of them had do not hire in their past files.
Correct. We're working through that list currently. Where we see it, we remove it, and we base the interviews off the merits of their application, their resume.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now, Madam President. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one. It's more so about the amount of people that are being hired. And again, I've only been here 1 year and 11 months. But why are there so many hirings happening in November?
A lot of these positions are supplementals. Previous employee, upon their exit, didn't complete the supplementals, if you will, and so we didn't get them boarded, and so that's basically where we are now.
Okay. All right. No other questions. Your next recommendation.
My next recommendation. I recommend approval of the following human resources DEA after July 10th for a vote.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwine,
No.
Mr. Sampson,
No.
Ms. Wick,
No.
Dr. Pickett,
No.
Ms. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Lacy,
No.
Mr. Nichols,
No.
7 no.
And your next recommendation?
Not a recommendation, just that not for a vote. Recommendation that board members take a look at the contracts and agreements, and we're open for questions.
All right. Are there any questions? I will get us started while we kick this off. It's more so about a fund code than it is about the question itself. For the student managed student activity funds, where do those funds come from?
Student.
It's a prom one on here. But it's Fund 200.
That's the school's fund.
Well, where does the money come from? Like, where does it start at?
From the students.
So it's 100% student. We don't match them or anything?
No.
Why don't we? Have we ever done it? It's more of a board question at this point. Mr. Lacy, you my historian when it comes to those things.
I don't remember having a matching, but yeah, it's not a fund that I've tracked through the years.
Thought you tracked it all, man. You're supposed to keep it all up in here. Okay, just something to think about as we spend our money. I mean, they make some portion of it. We could probably help their experiences be more by at least matching at some portion what they do. What's your thoughts on that? You think we should match y'all? No pressure.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, you're a senior right now, and the juniors throwing y'all prom. I know.
Yes, because we have to make a lot of it just on our own. Like we have full storage that we have bare bones.
All right, something to think about, guys. Any questions on the contract items? All right, I'm not seeing any. Your next recommendation?
I'd ask that board members look at the consultant contract. There's one to review, and we're open to questions.
All right, are there any questions? Go ahead, Board Member Reiner.
Thank you, President Goodwine. If I could just get some context and explanation over this. This is new, and I would like to know some more information about what this consultant contract is.
I think it's you.
This one is mine, and it's we asking consultants to help us automation of these SIRS, STIRS, and some divided class forms and stuff.
Can I get some more context on, I mean, I'm asking because we have had payroll issues, and I am hoping that this is going to be part of the way that we will address those issues so that we can no longer have some of the payroll issues that we struggled with in the past. Is that specifically what it's designed to address? How will it address the issues that we've been dealing with?
Really, this one is all we do is manually. If we automate it, it will be less error.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, your next recommendation?
I recommend that board members take a look at the agreement that we've reached with ASME, Operations Local 101. Thank you, Rick Rayford and Frost Brown Todd and brother Dr. Marvin Jones for working to close that deal.
Any questions? All right, your next recommendation?
The board members take a look at our articulation agreement. This is just a continuation of our CCP Plus agreement for our middle and high school students to take CCP classes at Sinclair, and/or we get teachers inside the buildings as well.
Are there any questions? I do have a question about the program itself.
Sure.
How many kids do we have in it? Just a guess.
I don't know that number. Dr. Gale, can you tell me that? She might still want the name that anyway, though. Yeah.
That's cool too. Yeah, this looks like something else. Miami Valley Tech Consortium.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, we'll send it to her. Yeah, this is for when students go over the opponents. I take that back, and they go through each one of these. Courses to determine if they want to be involved in them. They want to take them.
All right. Is there any cost to us as a district?
No, not that I know of.
I don't see it in here. That's why I'm asking.
No.
So if this is not CCP, what is this?
So it's like an orientation for students to go and be immersed in those courses that you see on the far left, determine if that's what they want to participate in at some point.
Is it like 8th graders, 9th graders? Like what point would you do this?
8th.
And this is all of our 8th graders can go through that thing?
Yeah.
Or just the ones that have been admitted into opponents?
All of them.
Okay.
Would this be like electives? Would be treated like electives for the students? Like I'm looking at automotive class.
So what it is it's exposure, so that we don't just have one set of kids that's that we're sending opponents. And so all kids get to go over there and be exposed in this space. And so, yes, when they got there, it would be an elective, but now it's to find out if you want to be part of the process at all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I got one more question based on what y'all just talked about. How does this fit? Is this something they do during the school day, during like academic learning time, or is this something that's outside of the school day?
That I'd have to ask my curriculum folks about. I'm not sure.
You right there.
Yeah.
Somebody right over there.
Yeah, I got
They
my
here.
substitute here. My substitute.
Ms. Sheehy was looking down. She's like, I'm not making eye contact.
So it's in partnership to promote career explorations in college readiness. So they have multiple trips over to Sinclair to actually visit and see the different career programming to help kids make better decisions on and have exposure on what they'd like to do.
Okay, so it's a field trip. Or
Well,
is it
yeah,
during-
field
is it-
experiences.
Is it
a
during
little
the
bit. Yeah, they
day?
do it during the day.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
But they do have to have a grade, right? Because I'm looking here, something about, you have to have a 70% of higher grade. Is that just like an explanation of if they go to this class?
Well, it's a partnership from 8th grade all the way through their career tech experiences. So it gives you credits in connection with their career tech pathway. And so those are some expectations that are automatically built in.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, your next recommendation.
The board members take a look at the You Matter. It's Keith Vukasimich, and he wants to provide targeted behavioral, mental health, and social emotional wellness and supports for our middle schoolers, directly for our middle schoolers only.
Questions? Go ahead, Board Member Reiner.
Yes, thank you. I think I'm a little bit confused about this MOU. It doesn't look like the typical ones that we get. This looks like a letter of introduction and a resume. I would like, before I'm comfortable approving an MOU, I would feel a little bit more comfortable with it having more, I mean, I don't think we need his resume on it. I would like a clear explanation of the services that we'd provide or he'd provide and that we would agree to.
Absolutely. We'll work closely with OEC to get that list for you and then be able to explain it to you.
Thank
And,
you.
and we'll
Appreciate
send
it.
something in writing before we talk as well.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence.
Will he be providing yoga? Since he has 200 hours in yoga teacher training? Just saying, we can all benefit from a little yoga. Y'all could work that in the MOU, that'd be great.
For all of us to get a little yoga.
For the kids to get some yoga.
Okay, all right.
We can all go out and do some stuff on our own, but the kids.
I can't.
Got you.
All right, any other questions?
I don't have a question, but, you know, I've noticed that there's not even a price here, how much this is gonna cost us. So if we're gonna get a MOU, I would like to know what we're getting and for what dollar.
That's no
Bottom
problem at
line.
all, Dr. Pickett.
Thank you.
I would,
Any other questions? All right, your next recommendation?
my next recommendation is that board members take a look at the revised calendar. I'm sorry?
Refresh the screens. And while we're doing that, if you could just highlight some of the changes
Yeah.
on the calendar.
So there are 3 additional professional development days, November 27th, January 16th, and we're calling April 8th a Professional Development Day from a technical standpoint, but that's a solar eclipse day. That's the day when a significant number of the other county schools will be closed because of the solar eclipse. We are actually, thank you, Board Member Reiner. We're actually getting 15,000 pairs of glasses for the kids. Thank you. For the solar eclipse day, so most schools will be closed because of the eclipse traffic. It just is not really viable to be in school on that day, and we'll have some professional development things for employees to do at home. So the January 16th, November 27th are PD days. Part of that question you asked me earlier about what are we doing about our academic situation, and part of it is additional training, so that's what those days are for. And then historically, we had not been in school the day after the Super Bowl, we are ending that practice, and we're gonna be in school. The conversation before was around bus drivers showing up, and then last time I checked, we had all routes covered this afternoon and this morning, and we've seen that a lot. Dr. Gilmore, you and I have spent a lot of time in transportation, and we've had significant changes there, and improvements. So I believe that transportation drivers, I know you'll be there the day after Super Bowl, so we'll all be in school.
If the Browns play and we win,
They won't be there?
I won't be there. I'm gonna just let y'all know, history has been made,
Well,
and
you won't be driving 510?
I won't be here, I won't be at my actual job, I will
Okay.
be in Cleveland celebrating what may be the only thing that ever happens
Okay.
in the history in my lifetime. A question for you real quick.
Sure.
With the PD days, is that open to all of our employees?
Yes, open to all of our employees.
All right. Any questions on the calendar? Board Member Sampson?
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Lawrence, with this new proposed calendar, is there any objection to the 27th remaining? Can it be, the 27th be taken off? My rationale is, if the 27th stays, Madam President, it's something that we need to vote on tonight. I would like for us to consider voting on it tonight because next board meeting is the 21st. And we're only giving parents and families 5 or 6 days right after Thanksgiving to try to deal with this extra day now that these scholars are at home. And so if the 27th is something that is actually planned out as a PD day, I would like for us to consider voting for this calendar tonight versus doing it on the 21st.
I thank you for that. I can assure you, I'm watching the chief academic officer, and I've been listening to her and watching her team. They are set and ready to go. We've been planning this for a while in the hopes that it would be approved. Yes, we're ready to go.
So, Madam President, I would like to put a motion on the floor to vote for this updated calendar for the 23-24 academic school year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Any additional questions?
I have a question. I actually have a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I had sent an email reminding them that last year we labeled what used to be Columbus Day as Indigenous Day, as a holiday, non-observed holiday for the district, and I would like to see it in our calendar because it's not reflected in the calendar right now.
Ms. Sheehy, what was the rationale for that? I can't remember.
Can you come to the mic, Ms. Sheehy? Thank you.
We did receive that request, and we did some background checking, and we were informed that those events are put on our community calendar. It was not put on the district calendar because we did not want to confuse people to think it was a holiday and that we were not in school, but it is on the community calendar.
I appreciate it. Now, when I send that email, I would have appreciated to have an answer, so I wouldn't have to ask that again right now. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, then we have a vote.
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacey,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Dr. Gilmore, that concludes my recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Your first recommendation.
Okay, all my recommendations are for review. 5-year forecast, the presentation and the forecast and assumption is still, we are working on it, and it will show up on next Tuesday.
All right.
Monthly financials, the audit, the finance committee will meet Thursday, and it will show up on Tuesday. I have board approval minutes for October. I don't think you will have a question on that. We have donations. We love donations. And these donations are from Alpha Delta Kappa for making evento, children underwear worth $400. Doug and Terry Mays, physical education supplies for Panet, cash $1,000. Marsh McLean Agency, for Welcome Stadium and making evento.
Seeing none, your next recommendation?
We have Zene now. It's one for Alma Advisory Group.
All right, any questions or comments? Seeing none, your next recommendation?
We have several purchase requisitions from different departments. Let's look at them. And if you have any question, we'll answer.
All right, give you guys a minute to scroll through 'em. Unless anybody has a question they're just ready to go with.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I do see that in our agenda, we have some items, purchase requisitions for a vote. I want to know, is the final floor ink? There's a note that says repair gym floor, Thurgood Marshall, due to a sprinkler issue. I understand the floor was damaged pretty bad, and it says work needs to be performed as soon as possible. Is this something that we need to vote on immediately, or can it wait till next week to be voted on?
Thank you, Board Member Sampson. I'll have Mr. Ray for answer.
Evening, Board President, Superintendent, Treasurer, and board members. That project is already done. So they finished yesterday, and then they'll be using the gym tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, any other questions? Anybody still need more time to go through 'em? All right, Madam Treasurer, your next recommendation.
I have purchase requisitions for a vote. Let's look at them and see.
All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second?
I did.
I don't see him. I'm talking about.
All right. I had a question for James in IT, because I don't see a PR on here for the Smart Pass, or I don't know if that's what it's called, but that may be a different company. I do not see that PR on here.
So it's in the process of them becoming a vendor. I just
Oh.
received an email earlier that they filled everything out. So you may see it next week.
Okay. All right, any questions on the items listed?
Question.
Go ahead, Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. The one for student Chromebooks, 100 needed for testing. Are there specific buildings that these 100 Chromebooks are going to? And also the same question for the 100 Lenovo monitors. Where would these monitors be utilized?
So the Chromebooks are specifically for 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. There's roughly about 3,000 students, and it's to replenish the inventory that we have now that we're giving them for this testing. And some of these are ready to be retired along with it. For the 100, no, it's just to replenish the inventory. We typically keep a stock at the office, so if it's broken, we can take it out to a user.
Thank you, Madam President.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Does that conclude your recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, my screen has changed. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna switch and do the exec first, and then if anyone wants closing comments, they can say that afterwards. But before we do that, I'm gonna give our student board member today, if there are any comments you wanna give out to them. 'Cause, yeah, we might be a while.
Currently, I do not.
All right, he's a man of few words. Then, good to go. Did you enjoy your time up here with us?
Yes, yes. Thank you for having me.
You gonna come back again? All right, pursuant to section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal of a public employee. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you.
You can have this one. It's for your, it's not one of the.
Hello, I'm Demaya Woda, a scholar and a leader attending Ponus CTC. Throughout this school year, my fellow classmates and I will be keeping you informed on the great things happening in our district. And in case you missed it, this summer was full of exciting news. This year, DPS is under new leadership with our interim superintendent, Dr. David Lawrence. Dr. Lawrence is a Dunbar graduate and has a long history with DPS. He began his work with the district in 1995. Over the years, he has taught at Edwin Joel Brown Middle School, Meadowdale High School, has served as an assistant principal at Stabber School for the Arts, and principal at Thurgood Marshall Steen High School.
I'm personally looking forward to just getting out to school buildings every day and seeing the progress in terms of how we're trying to build culture. And I think that's a part of communication. Communication can be verbal, nonverbal, but also it can be your presence itself. And I think by being in school buildings on a regular basis, at lunch duty, recess duty, tying shoes for second graders and first graders, at athletic events, and just showing the administrative team that's closest to me on cabinet and those people in the schools that we really are going to work on culture this year. And all those school results, they'll come.
We are looking forward to an amazing school year under his guidance. After a long overdue upgrade, the Welcome Stadium renovations are officially done. Come out and show your DPS spirit by attending a game and experiencing the new and improved stadium for yourself. Unable to attend the game? Catch our Games of the Week live streamed on the DPS YouTube channel. Games are streamed on either Thursday or Friday from students like me in the Ponus Media Arts Pathway. Recently, the district broke ground on the Transportation Center renovation project. The renovated center will include more open space, break rooms, additional restrooms, consultation and conference rooms, office spaces, and more. Wrapping things up, DPS has so many great staff members who help our district thrive. In this episode, we're spotlighting Rob Hunter, the district's Director of Operations. Mr. Hunter has been with the district since 2019. Previously, he worked as the Compliance Coordinator for Operations. His day-to-day duties consist of meeting with the staff, going out to buildings, performing compliance inspections, and ensuring buildings meet all safety standards. That's it for this episode of In Case You Missed It. Catch us next time for more district highlights and follow us on social media to get the most up-to-date info and news 24/7. I'm Demaya Woodall, and remember, you can waste your lives drawing lines or you can live your life by crossing them. Quote by Shonda Rhimes.
My name is Brandon Stillemer, and I'm the automotive teacher here at Ponus. I'm actually a Ponens Automotive graduate. After I graduated, I went to the military and became a mechanic for the military. After that, I came back and went to college and ended up coming here to teach at the program I graduated from. In this program, I learned the basic skills like tools, theories, and principles of how brakes work, how engines operate.
My sophomore year, we took motors. We broke them all down, put them right back together. My junior year, we did electrical. I loved electrical.
Pretty much the basics right now: oil change, tire rotations, tire changes, how engines work, performance.
They're learning how to use the machines in here, the lifts, tools, and everything. I've learned how to break down engines, fix cars. I've learned how to do electrical. I'm in electrical now.
This is my first time working on a project car, like kind of by myself, but it's not a one-man job at all. You need a team.
So I think the biggest benefit is not only do they get to learn at an earlier age, but also they can take the skills they learn and get employment earlier. This program, we partner with a lot of really good partners, and we can get them into job placement. They're starting to build their networking earlier in life than waiting until later.
Everybody can't teach you how to work on a car. Our teachers are here for it, to break down and show us what really goes into a car besides the basics.
It's cool to see the progression from when I was here to what the district is now, and then what we're looking forward in the future.
Dayton Public Schools have prepared me for my future to be successful in my automotive industry and strive for my dreams.
I want to end up opening my own business and helping other people who are in need of cars or just working on the cars.
Through our advisory committee, we're finding out what the real world needs, and we're building those technicians to get them into what is the current need for the industry.
So this is the game design programming pathway. A lot of it involves some basic, like your basic programming class, your game design class, the IT career field, and then the programming career field is never ending. So, I mean, there's so many opportunities career-wise that kids can really look into and then build upon and get certifications in here to help when they leave here, they're better prepared, and then resume builders are, I mean, they can have as many as they want when it comes to certification, and that looks phenomenal for them. And within this current pathway, I mean, there's endless opportunities for kids when it comes to IT programming, game design. It's been very exciting for the kids that have come through. Some of the stuff we do in here is really cool and very innovative for 21st century learning skills.
I learned so far, I'm learning right now the basics of programming and all of like functions and all that. And so like I think it's preparing me for the future because like I get to have some experience before I get like thrown out into college or into the real world. And so I could like jump into my career than have to wait and learn after I get out of high school.
I feel like DPS gives students a very big variety of choices that they want to do whenever choosing their pathway. So I feel like they're doing good, like giving students like a large amount of options.
So this is a career field and a pathway that you can come in and you want to enjoy. You'll enjoy it every day and want to come back. And so that's a huge push. And we can make it as relatable and applicable to students' lives as much as possible.
Hello, my name is Kamaya Houghton Thomas, and I am a senior at Stiver School for the Arts. I started taking College Credit Plus classes in the 8th grade up until this year, where I recently got my associate's degree before my high school diploma. I started with very few classes, and then I just kept growing and growing. Many people recommended I keep a small course load, but I kept leveling up and taking as many as I could. So I kept maxing those hours out, and over the summer I took 16 or 15 credit hours so I can just be one step closer to getting my degree. Not many people have an associate's degree. Straight out of high school, some people, go start working without a degree, or maybe they even take a gap year or go to school. So to have that one thing done and accomplished is great. It's gonna save me a tremendous amount of money. Even though I have gotten a scholarship, it also helps though, because it's that scholarship is only 4 years. So if I go over that time or I need to help and take other courses, I have that done. And that actually has helped me because that's basically a free degree that I can lean back on.
this key is a key to the city. Now, I could say it opens every door. That would be not telling the truth. But it's symbolic of someone that we want to make sure that they feel welcome every time they come to Dayton.
Today was a day of excitement and enthusiasm and an inspiration for kids. Our goal is to inspire kids by doing and experiencing science in really fun ways. So if we can make science fun and exciting, they're going to gravitate towards those things, and then they're going to be like, oh, I need to do more of that, and I want to try that. And it's okay to fail. It's okay to try new things, because science is all about learning, exploring, and really just investigating the world around us. Being able to come out to a school like Roosevelt Elementary and working with Dayton Public Schools is really important, because I want these kids to see and I want them to experience science in a way they've never experienced it before. Make it fun, make it big, make it explosive, but most importantly, make it relatable to them. And that's what this whole program is all about. What we got to do today, what I got to do on stage, doing all my demonstrations, was fun. But the engineering design challenge, where kids are building and they're testing and they're figuring things out, that's what science is really all about, is figuring out, oh, that didn't work. How do I make it better? Or, oh, let's try that again, but let's change it just a little bit. That variable needs to change. So watching them build their towers and actually figuring out how to get that ping pong ball as high as they possibly could, that's amazing. And you could just see their wheels working the whole time. And that's what this is all about, is getting them to be okay with trying it, but most importantly, with not getting it right the first time.
My name is Gary Armstrong. I am the assistant principal at Kemp Elementary School, graduating from Dunbar High School, having attended DPS since kindergarten. DPS has had a great positive impact on my entire family and given me and several members of my family rewarding careers. I love impacting the lives of students, male and female. Mentoring and coaching has been a passion of mine my entire career. I enjoy being a role model for students. The benefits of working in DPS are endless. Dayton Public Schools provides a great place for employees to develop as professionals and positively impact the families and students of our community.
Hey, I'm Deshawn, and I'm here at Wagamin Middle School interviewing the student spotlight, Christina.
Christina Tinsley is an 8th grader at Wagamin Middle School. Christina has excellent attendance, excels academically, and always has model behavior for her classmates. She is respectful, responsible, and attends all of her classes on time. Christina is on the Wagamin Praise Dance team, participates in all positive school climate events, and is an overall joy to have in the building.
How does it feel to excel in your classes and get good grades?
It feels good, but it kind of feels normal because I've been doing it for like a couple years now.
Where did you go before you came to Wagamin?
I went to Louise Troy.
How was your experience?
It was fun. All the teachers is great there.
Who was your favorite teacher?
Probably between Mr. Miller and Miss Grant and Miss Coleman.
So tell me about Praise Dance.
I like Praise Dance. I like our teacher, Derica. She a good teacher, but she been doing Praise Dance for a long time. It's someone like, they have a lot of crazy dances, but they're easy to do though, but it's fun. Like, I'll keep doing it like for a long time probably.
Do you know what you want to be when you get older?
Yeah, I want to own my own business and do hair because I'm really good at doing hair.
Did you know that Ponies has cosmetology?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go to Ponies for cosmetology and learn about hair.
It's a really good program. Being nominated for Student Spotlight, what message would you like to give students and family?
I would say like that y'all need to work hard in school. Getting good grades. Like it'll help you for like if you want to get into like colleges and stuff like that. Having good grades and it'll help you in high school. And that's all I know.
Welcome Stadium, this is a great place to host special events, and especially when it's an event for Edwin C. Moses Relays. We had a good mix of teams from all over the place. We actually had a team from West Virginia, some Cleveland schools, some Cincinnati schools, so it's always good to have different competition and to be able to share our home with a variety of people.
Well, it was amazing because this is their first time being able to compete on the facilities track, and they found out it's a lot different than before. It's a lot faster than before, and not only that, but to experience having a gentleman who never lost a race in 10 years here to watch them and to provide them with medals. It was an amazing experience.
The Dayton Relays, as it was called, we should really work to build that up because it was one of the top track meets in the state of Ohio. People from all around the state would come, all the best schools, all the best relays. You know, this is a prime facility, and we need to get kids more involved in sports on a competitive level as well as sports on the academic level.
Hello, I am Rachel Blanks, 5th grade cluster leader at Edison Elementary School, and I am Dayton Public Schools. Asking me why I enjoy DPS is really a loaded question. How can I not love DPS? So I started here in 1990. I'm probably dating myself, but as a kindergartner at Fairview Elementary. So I grew up in this district. I watched my father work in this district. I watched my mother volunteer in this district. My daughter was in the district. This district is just like an extended family to me. It's just it's a huge part of Dayton. I've seen the successes. I've seen the opportunities that arise out of Dayton Public Schools. I believe in DPS. When I see the students, the smiles on their faces, when I see those proverbial light bulbs, when I hear them telling me, Mrs. Blanks, I got it, or thank you, Mrs. Blanks, or Mrs. Blanks, can I stay here for the rest of the day? But also when I hear from parents and they're telling me how I have helped their child grow academically, behaviorally, emotionally, it's a big deal to me. Making a difference in the lives of my students is something that I take very seriously, whether it's exposing them to Japanese culture, which we're doing this year, or just helping them with exponents or multiplication tables. It's something that I do every day. Choosing Dayton Public right now is choosing to be a part of being a positive catalyst for change. It's choosing to be a part of an organization where communication and culture is lauded, is built upon, is celebrated, and it's a huge part of who we are. It's choosing DPS means that you're choosing to stand up on the battlefield of protecting our children and protecting their futures and preparing them for a global society. You choose DPS if you're willing and wanting to make a difference in the lives of the students around you and to make a better future for everybody.
The Dayton Public School District is a thriving school system serving students from preschool through high school. With more than 12,000 students across 27 schools, parents can feel confident that their students will receive a high-quality education and graduate prepared for lifelong success. Here are 11 reasons you will love Dayton Public Schools. All DPS preschools are 5-star rated by the Ohio Department of Education and are free for students. All 1st through 3rd grade classrooms implement the district's successful double teaching model to increase academic achievement and close gaps. All 4th through 6th grade classrooms provide high-dosage tutoring for students, which reduces class size and provides students with more individualized instruction. Students of all ages have career exploration opportunities to help them learn about different career paths and develop an understanding of what is required to make their dreams a reality. DPS has one-to-one technology, which means all students have access to a Chromebook. DPS is home to one of the world's 41 Challenger Learning Centers, where students get hands-on experience with science, math, engineering, design, and learn about space travel and exploration. The district offers music and art opportunities at all grade levels. Middle and high school students can even take part in an all-city band to perform with students from across the district. Middle school students can participate in Project Lead the Way classes to explore STEM concepts and learn valuable life skills. These courses are designed to teach students to be problem solvers, critical thinkers, and team players. The district cares about both students and their families. Family resource coordinators are in many schools to help connect families to any resources they may need. And student resiliency coordinators and student behavior therapists are available to any student who may need counseling or support. The district offers 2 career technology centers to prepare students for college and careers. At Ponitz CTC and Meadowdale CTC, students can choose from dozens of pathways and begin working toward industry credentials in their chosen field. All high school students can participate in College Credit Plus courses, which allows them to earn college credits for free during high school. These credits transfer to public colleges and universities after graduation. Students can even earn an associate degree while in high school. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
I'm Stacy Schweikart, the CEO of Learn to Earn Dayton. Tonight at the Power of Place celebration here in Northwest Dayton, we announced a major project in partnership with Dayton Public Schools to create a learning garden at Fairview Elementary.
This is a community-inspired event and location. My name is John Steinbrenner. I'm one of the designers at Grunder Landscaping, and I'm just lucky enough to be a part of bringing it to life.
I am so happy to be here tonight, and I want to thank everyone that's been a part of this process. The Northwest Dayton project is such a great opportunity for Northwest Dayton residents. Here at Fairview Elementary in particular, we're going to have a beautiful garden thanks to this group that envisioned it for our students. So I'm so excited. I'm so thankful for the partnership with Learn to Earn Dayton, with the Northwest Dayton Project, with Omega CDC, with all of our partners that have made this possible. Grunder Landscaping, everyone has made this possible, and I'm so thankful for that. College career and military signing day is extremely important because students are making a commitment to themselves and their future. And what we try to do is encourage them to choose something that they're going to do that they'll move on to after graduation. And it's really an important commitment that they're making to themselves. So we want to make sure that they understand that they have a support system in the Dayton Public Schools and in the community in case they need resources and in case they need help. We're here to support them because they are always part of DPS. Our high schools are very, very comprehensive. Any student that goes through any one of the Dayton Public School high schools has that opportunity to make those choices and to be educated and prepared for any career path that they make.
Hello DPS students, I'm Anthony Green and I attend Ponitz Career Technology Center.
Today I am going to help you learn how to use the Greater Dayton Regional Transit Authority, also known as RTA, for your school transportation. From finding a route to riding the bus and arriving safely at your destination. This video will cover everything you need to know to begin using the RTA today. Let's get started. Finding a route. There are several different ways to find a route to take you to and from school or any other location. If using your phone, find your Google or Apple Maps and type in your destination. Change your mode of travel to taking a bus, which you can do by tapping the bus icon. From here, your phone will display your route from walking to the bus stop, riding the bus, and exiting the bus, and walking to your final destination. This same process can take place on a desktop computer. Simply go to Google Maps, type in your destination, change the mode of travel to a bus, and view your route options. If your starting location is not currently filled in, you can type in the address of the location you will be starting from. You can also download the free transit app to view routes. Type in your current location and your destination to view the RTA route you should take. The transit app will also tell you when you should start walking to the bus stop in order to arrive just before the bus pulls up. If you would like to view each RTA route schedule in detail, you can visit the RTA website at iRideRTA.org. From there, select routes and click on each route to view a map, stop locations, and arrival times. Waiting at the bus stop. It is good practice to get to your bus stop at least 5 minutes before the bus is scheduled to arrive. While waiting on the bus, it is important to make yourself visible so the bus driver knows you're waiting. A good way to do this is to stand up and wave when you see the bus approaching. Remember to be fare ready by having your pass in your hand before boarding the bus. Entering the bus and paying for your ride. When you enter the bus, you will need to tap your pass on the payment reader. The passes are good for an unlimited number of rides in a 31-day period. The 31-day period starts the first time you tap your pass. If you receive a new pass before the old one expires, do not activate the new pass until you need it. This will ensure you continue to have unlimited rides throughout the entirety of the next month. It is your responsibility to remember when you activated your pass. To do this, you can mark the date of your first scan and expiration date on the card. DPS is providing students with monthly passes. Passes will be distributed at each high school on a monthly basis. Please speak to your principal if you need one. Note that these cards will not be reloadable and expire after 31 days. Riding the bus. Please take a seat or stand and hold onto a handrail or safety strap while the bus is moving. If you're standing, please be sure to stay behind the yellow line at the front of the bus for your safety. Other rules of the road include no smoking of any kind, no eating or drinking. If you bring food or drinks on board, they must be in a sealed container. While listening to music, wear headphones. Refrain from speaking on cell phones. Customers must not use profanity or engage in disruptive behavior. Vandalism of RTA property is not tolerated. Customers must keep the aisles clear to allow others to pass. If there is limited seating, please allow older customers and those with disabilities to sit down near the front of the bus. Please follow these rules and any other instructions provided by your driver. If rules are not followed, passengers may be removed from the bus. Exiting the bus. When the bus is approaching your stop, you must signal to the driver that you need off by pulling the cord on the side of the bus. Pull the cord after you pass the stop just before the one you need. When exiting the bus, please exit through the rear door to allow people entering the bus to use the front door. Remember that traffic does not stop for transit vehicles. Never cross in front of the bus. And obey all traffic laws and watch for oncoming traffic after exiting. Please exercise caution while crossing roads and intersections. If you have additional questions about using RTA, please visit iRideRTA.org.
Hi, I'm Brett Collins in the Media Arts program at Ponus CTC. Today, I am here at Ponus interviewing Art Student of the Month, Javon Christian. Javon is a student in the Graphic Art and Design pathway at Ponus Career Technology Center. He is an outstanding student with excellent attendance. He prioritizes his grades and has maintained all A's and B's since starting at Ponus. Javon is involved in the community and even volunteered as a poll worker for the last election. He also volunteered to distribute Thanksgiving dinners throughout the community during his Thanksgiving break. Javon demonstrates the Ponus 5 P's of being punctual, prepared, polite, presentable, and productive every day. How does it feel to be Student of the Month, and then what did your family say about the accomplishment?
It feels great to be Student of the Month. I was kind of shocked to find out that I actually won it, but in my family, they was really happy for me. A lot of support came my way.
What was it like for you going through from freshman year all the way to now and picking your pathway, and what forced you into getting into graphic arts?
Well, what really made my decision into going into this pathway was like my love for art. I really like art and drawing and stuff. It was like kind of my passion. And like from freshman year to now, I was kind of nervous, first time in high school. So I was really mainly focused on my work, but like, hey, I wasn't trying to fall behind.
Going forward, what are your long-term goals in life past high school?
I really haven't decided yet, but like seeing the different jobs and stuff that's aligned with this pathway, I would be interested in doing stuff like that.
What type of jobs?
Designing logos for different businesses, making my own brand of t-shirts and clothing.
What made you come to Ponus, and when you got here, was it what you expected? And how has your experience been so far?
What made me come up on this was like the different pathways they got here, and like the different opportunities I would be able to have coming out of high school.
So since you've been in this pathway, since this is your first year, what's a highlight moment for you in this pathway? What has a teacher said to you? What stood out?
So a highlight moment would be like, we had this thing called Business BPA, or Business Professionals of America. Had like a big field trip, went to that, and for like a competition and designing stuff against other schools around the city and the country. Our pathway, we did good. We went to state.
So you like competing with other people and showing them that you're the best? Okay. The last question I want to ask you, what advice would you give to somebody coming into this pathway?
I would say have an open mind about coming into it. Don't think that it is boring. Focus on your work, but also try to like have fun.
I just want to encourage our students to come to school and be okay with who you are. Whoever you are accepted, and we love you, and we look forward to having you here.
The main words of encouragement I have for students, whether you're moving to a new school or a new grade, is to be yourself, be who you are, and don't give up.
I'm really excited to meet our new middle school students who are coming to 7th grade. Middle school is an interesting and weird world, but we are ready for you, and we can't wait to help you prepare in the next 2 years for high school.
One, I'm excited about our students, families, and staff returning this year to continue the work that we started last year. Secondly, I'm excited about the partnership that we've created and the journey we're about to embark on.
Hello, Dayton Public Schools. You are in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. So, be informed, be inspired. Be reflective, but yet be relevant. Be thankful and be thoughtful, but above all, be you. Looking forward to having a great and exciting school year.
My name is Mark Fairhurst. I am the teacher leader or lead teacher at Horace Mann Elementary, and this is my 6th year in this role. DPS is a great place to land for a career. If you want to work in a district with tremendous diversity and with unique challenges in an inner city environment, and you don't want to just choose the path of least resistance and the easiest career where I guess I would call it just putting it on autopilot and expecting your students are all going to be self-learners, this is the place for you. You will have, again, tons of opportunities to work in unique settings with children of diverse backgrounds who have tremendous needs. We all recognize that, we acknowledge that, but we don't steer away from it. We welcome that. We relish the opportunities to demonstrate what a great staff we have and what a great district we have. And time again, I've seen people step up to those challenges and take them on and be a real difference maker in someone's life. When I interviewed for this role, I remember Dr. Lawley, after asking me the interview questions, asking me if I had any questions, and I said yes. Tell me that I will have the opportunity to work closely with staff in a way that will make a difference in their lives. Tell me it's going to be about changing lives, and by extension, helping teachers change children's lives by equipping them to be better at the craft than they were before we met and before we worked through the coaching process. When I get up in the morning, I need to know that what I do professionally makes a difference. And so that motivates me, challenges me to come to work prepared to do the best possible job that I can, regardless of what I'm called to tackle that day.
The All-City Band is a band made up of 3 high schools in Dayton, which will be Belmont High School, Thurgood Marshall High School, and Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. We bring our bands together so that we are bringing back bands in the public schools of Dayton.
Well, I've seen a lot of people in bands, and that got me interested in music, and I've been around music my whole life. I was in choir during my elementary years, and that really got me into actually, being in music.
Dr. Lawley has been nothing but supportive of us. Music in the schools helps scholarships. It helps them to travel to see outside of the state. Being in the band has allowed them these opportunities to go see this other state or go to Washington, D.C. or Texas or even out of the country.
Band's given me the opportunity to be able to go to college and have scholarships, and I've got to see a lot, especially this year, being able to be with the other schools. I've got to learn from the other band directors. You get to experience a lot, and you get to have that family and connection in band, and you get to just let go and just play.
My experience is always nervous. I'm always nervous when it comes to being in the games because I have a lot of people watching me, but what brings me back is the fact that I know I'm going to make these people actually love the music that they hear.
Meeting the students from the other schools, from the different bands, it's very fun. It's a fun experience. You get to clash your personality with other people. You get to express yourself through music. You get to have fun, watch the game.
I have some of the best students. I really admire their tenacity, their dedication, and I just admire that they come in willing to work to help build this program. For them, they're just well, this is fun. Let's just enjoy the moment, and they have made the most out of it. I just really applaud these students for what they do.
We are having our groundbreaking ceremony for Welcome Stadium project, and right now we're going to have some amazing things happening here. More importantly, we are going to have all our student athletes been able to use the facility. So our middle school, their football games are over here. Even our high schools, our soccer games are played here. We have many community members that come through here, 5Ks. They run around the building and they run inside the building. At some point, we want to bring concerts here too. We were intentional with our lighting, so it's not just white lights, but we have color lights too. So the upgrades on our Wi-Fi so that, people can use their electronic devices, and when UD come here, they're not having issues, or any other colleges that may want to use it. We also were intentional with the track with making sure we put our college lines on there too. It's definitely going to be a multi-purpose facility for sure.
I think the most exciting thing is just the feel you get when you talk to people about it. From talking to kids to talking to our elders.
they're all excited about this. There's so many pieces. There's people who are, you know, they want to come down and buy a shirt from the Spirit Shop before a game. Or there's people who want to come out and they spent time looking at some of the trophies and old pictures. There's people, the kids are like, I can't wait to run on that track and get out on that field. So just knowing that we're doing so much that people are just excited about different pieces, I think that's what makes me excited, is just seeing the excitement in people's faces. It's going to be a magnificent facility. It's going to be somewhere they can come out and enjoy and be their best. And I think our community should be excited for what it can bring to not only our students, but for the city and the region, as far as getting some activities here and being a community space that everybody can enjoy.
The thing that I'm most excited about is just the actual opportunity for our students to play on a high quality field. I come to a lot of football games. I come to soccer games here. Band competitions, whenever there are outside groups that come in, also occur here. And just to have a place that our students are proud of, a place that they'll enjoy playing on, because this is a legacy stadium. I mean, 1949 was when this was built originally, and while it's in okay condition, it's been kept up as much as you can. It's time for a resurfacing, a refacing, a revisioning of what this should look like, and that's what's happening right now. I think that we should all be excited for this upcoming change because it's a reality now. We've talked about it for a few years here whenever I've been the superintendent, but it's a reality now, and I know other people have talked about it for years and years and years. It's reality. Today, it's the beginning.
My name is Angela Shelton. I am the assistant principal at Fairview Elementary in Dayton Public Schools. So I enjoy working with Dayton Public Schools because of the interactions that I have with students on a day-to-day basis. It is those small opportunities to make connections and help students to self-regulate and getting their bodies ready to learn that I appreciate the most. I appreciate and I love working with the teachers in Dayton Public. Dayton Public has the most phenomenal teachers. I've learned so much from them during my years here in Dayton Public. And so it's those things, the students and the teachers and the connections that makes coming here. Everything that I hold true to me, everything that I value closely, I have actually been grounded in that through DPS. To be specific, when we talk about being equitable, it was through DPS where I was able to join the Montgomery County Equity Fellows and to really start digging in and having deep conversations around equity. I got that through DPS. When I think about social emotional learning, which is very dear to my heart, I got that through DPS, through Conscious Discipline in our partnership with Learn to Earn and Preschool Promise. When you talk about instructional strategies and approaches to learning, I dug deep in that through DPS. So I am the professional that I am right now because of the initiatives and the strategies and the approaches that are grounded in Dayton Public Schools.
Everything we're teaching in music in Dayton Public Schools goes towards the whole child. So we're helping people, kids not just be better musicians, but be just better people. The skills we're teaching really go to increase literacy with our early learners. We are, just teaching how to focus, how to learn, the actual ability to learn new skills, whether it's literacy, math, social studies, music, art, PE, really any of those.
I think this is awesome. The crowd today amazed me. I didn't know how many people would show up. The children showed up, and then their parents showed up, and some of them even came up and said, thank you for doing this. So this is our first adventure out in public since COVID. So we are thrilled that we can stand here and present this.
We have an incredibly talented group of kids here in Dayton Public Schools, and today's just a great chance to celebrate those talents that those kids have.
My name is John Houston, and I teach biology at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School with Dayton Public Schools. I've thought a lot about why a young teacher would want to choose to work at DPS, and I think Dayton has such a rich history of successful people and a lot of creativity, and there's a great spirit in the city of Dayton. What I enjoy most about my job at DPS, I really enjoy working with the students. I like seeing how our students grow. as people. What really resonates with me is every time you look across the room, you don't know who the people you see could be, the next doctor, the next lawyer. You know, I envision myself going to the hospital one day and having one of these people working on me, or having one of these students be an attorney that I may have to hire at some point. You know, they're going to be part of tomorrow, and they're really thriving in this high school environment that we've created. We have so many students that just seem on the edge of success. And so if you come to Dayton and you teach in Dayton, you can really help someone find that dream and find that path. You have so many young people with tremendous skill and creativity that just don't know how to project themselves or how to bring that forward. They don't know what they have. And so there's no better place to do that than right here in Dayton.
Hello, I'm Chase Wells, a scholar, leader, and now a graduate of Dayton Public Schools. I want to say thank you to Dayton Public Schools. You mean so much to me because of everything I was able to accomplish in these past 4 years of high school. In doing that, you guys created a foundation for me to rely on for my future endeavors. In these past 4 years, I have learned that having a plan is key to your success. Without a plan, you're blindly headed into life, making it hard to push yourself to that next step. DPS provides a great opportunities for students to find their plan and get them past high school as they did for me. DPS has made me a better person by introducing me to the Males of Color program back when I was a sophomore. The Males of Color program provides lots of help, fun activities, but most of all, a family. With that, I became more confident in myself and more determined to do good in my community, and that has made me into the striving young man I am today. For my future graduates, stay focused, know your plan, and be the best that you can be. You are your greatest enemy. Only you can stop you from being great. The sky is the limit. And now, this is the last episode in case you missed it for the school year. DPS High Schools held college and career signing days for seniors. These annual events allow students to declare their post-graduation plans, whether it be college, a career, entering the military, or another path. Students then sign a banner that will hang in the school next year as a reminder to other students to prioritize academics and attendance to reach their goals. Congrats to the class of 2023. The Columbus Crew mascot surprised Belhaven students for winning the March Mania attendance competition. Students were called up to high-five the mascot, receive a certificate, and get their photo taken. Keep up the great attendance next year, Bobcats. The annual All-City Arts Festival was held earlier this month. Approximately 450 students from all grade levels performed songs, played musical instruments, and showcased their artistic talents. Thank you to all who helped make the day a success. The annual employee retirement celebration was held at the Dayton Art Institute. This year, 52 retirees were recognized. The retirees enjoyed dinner, music, and then a recognition program to celebrate their years of service to the district. Collectively, these employees devoted more than 1,284 years to DPS. Thank you for your service. We wish you the best in retirement. After a long year, that's it for this episode in case you missed it. Catch us back in August for more district highlights and follow us on social media to get the most up-to-date news 24/7. I'm Chase Wells, and remember, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Class of 2023, we out.
Hi, I'm Haley Chavez, a media arts student attending Ponent CTC, and I'm here at Edison to interview our Student of the Month, Kennedy Thomas.
Kennedy is a leader at Edison. She always strives for excellence in her academic work, has great attendance, and follows the school's 3 Bs of being respectful, responsible, and safe. She was a member of the school's Math Olympics team. She's president of the student council, and her science fair project placed in the school's event. Kennedy is dependable, trustworthy, and is an excellent example for other students.
Tell us your name, your school, and your grade.
My name's Kennedy. I go to Edison Elementary, and I'm in 6th grade.
What are your responsibilities in student council?
As student council, my responsibility is to mostly give my opinions on things before we send it out to the school, like Spirit Week, which is this week. I had to give my opinion on most of the options for what we could do. And when we plan things like our spring dances and stuff like that, we have to make sure that we show what's best interest for the students before we post it out and make people know that what's coming.
So can you tell us a little bit about your time here and some of the teachers that have impacted you the most while you've been going here?
My time here has been amazing. I came here first when I was in 3rd grade and I'm now in 6th grade. At first it was a little rocky because it was when the pandemic had first hit when I first got here. So I didn't really get to meet the students before we had to leave and come back. But when we came back, it was different. I met new people. I made amazing friends while I was here before I have to leave. And one of my favorite memories and my favorite teachers are probably my 5th grade teacher, Jennifer Kane. She helped me out a lot last year. I was struggling a lot last year with most of my subjects, and she was just helping me in ways I don't think any other teacher has helped me, which was really amazing because some teachers can't do that. And another one of my favorite teachers probably has to be my 4th grade teacher, Miss Carrington. She was always helpful, and whenever I needed something from her, she would always help me with it, whether it was at school or at home or whatever it was. She would always help me, and she was one of my biggest supporters. Even now that I'm in the 6th grade, she still helps and supports me in different ways.
What are you most looking forward to next year?
Next year, I'm looking forward to going to my new school, Stivers, and doing a lot of theater plays and trying to keep up my act from this year and just moving it to Stivers.
What is something you're looking forward to this summer?
This summer, I'm looking forward to going on vacations with my family. Me and my family mostly spend our summertime going to water parks and amusement parks. And I can't wait to go swimming, and we're going to Canada after we get out of school. So this summer is going to be something I look forward to, vacation, family time, stuff like that.
It's just an opportunity for the entire community to benefit from a very, very nicely renovated stadium. Today, they're putting up a beam at the top of the press box as a kind of a symbolic, we're almost there. Shook invited everyone out for lunch and then also to sign the beam, and then they're going to hoist the beam up behind us. So we're very excited about the fact that we are nearing completion of this project. Raising the beam today means that we are completing this work. We are moving forward. We have a new press box that's going to be in place, and putting that beam up there just signifies the fact that we are on track. We are moving forward for the fall season to open up with a full, brand new stadium for our students and for our fans and for the community at large. So today, very symbolically, is just we're there. We're moving forward and we've got it. So that's really why we're out here celebrating today.
Seeing these type of things happen, it's a sign of hope that we're all continuing to build upon what we believe could happen in this district. That beam is one little step of it. When the stadium was built in its original capacity, everyone from grade school students to big corporations put in on this coming to fruition. And that's the same as today. The district itself, the Board of Education, has funded the majority of the project because we believe so strongly that this is going to be a game changer, not only for our schools, but for our region.
So for this facility to be renovated at this period of time, it's just an outstanding opportunity for athletes today and athletes in the future to have a place to play that's really significantly different, and it is state of the art.
The season was pretty good. I loved it. I enjoyed every moment. What I enjoy most is the atmosphere that my team provides. I feel like it's a good atmosphere, good energy, good vibes.
Being a senior, this is my last year, so it was pretty sad, but watching the freshmen come in and grow to become better and to look up to us, it was really good overall, and I think our boys did really good. They went pretty far. To be a cheerleader is more than just accessory to the basketball team. It's really just to push your team on. We're like a support system. Also, we're like a hype squad. So I feel like without the cheerleaders, it's not a team.
Well, I have the memory of me being the first male cheerleader of Ponence, and I would say I would cherish that forever because it's a time in history that I feel that I've actually changed something, and I'm actually doing something that represents people like me.
I just want to say to our coaches, thank you for pushing us to be the best that we ever could, and I thank you for everything you have done for me over the 4 years, everything you have done for this program. Thank you.
My name is Richard Rayford. I am the Senior Executive Director for Dayton Public Schools. So our staff has a very important role into education, which they make sure that the buildings are clean for the students, which helps them to focus more on the education part of school so they have a better opportunity to learn. DPS has had a huge impact on my family. I've actually had 4 children that graduated from DPS who are successful. 2 are nurse, and 1 is a semi-driver for a big company. I've also had probably 10 nieces and nephews that has attended DPS as well as, and I currently have probably about 7 great nieces and nephews that attend Dayton Public Schools. And I enjoy coming into the schools when I see their smiling faces, and they like to see their uncle come in and talk to them and try to help them to gain a better path for their education. Personally, DPS has impacted me both professionally and personally, and I enjoy the opportunity that it has provided. If you enjoy contributing to the education of children, this is a great place to start. There's an opportunity for growth in your success. If you like to advance your career, there's excellent opportunities here for you to advance your career. And I've been here 17 years, and I wouldn't trade any year for working here.
My name is John L. Foster. I'm a math teacher here at Ponence CTC. And I'd like to say I am DPS. I enjoy working with my students, helping them to to learn what they need to learn for the day. I enjoy the interaction. I enjoy that road of discovery along with the students. Help us to get from point A to point B in terms of increasing their knowledge and also increasing their wisdom as well concerning mathematics. Superintendent Lolly and my math supervisor, Dr. Kurt, and of course my wife, and of course my colleagues, my math colleagues, and just my colleagues in general. They give me encouragement. We just like a big family, we just encourage each other. I believe DPS is a good place for anyone to start their career because we have children who are in need of having good mentors, good leaders, good teachers who are willing to show them love to help them to grow, because they might not get that entirely at home, but this will be a second family to them to get that love and get the knowledge and get the education, the good education that they need to have to go and prosper in this world of ours.
Project Search is a transition to work program for young adults with disabilities. It is a unique program that is 1 school year in length. During that time, the students will participate in 3 targeted internships based on their interests and strengths. They will acquire competitive, marketable, and transferable skills through their internships. Some of the duties that they might participate in are cleaning, assisting patients and staff, delivering supplies, transporting patients, cooking, fixing things throughout the hospital. And then through these tasks, they learn valuable life skills such as how to handle constructive criticism, teamwork, appropriate communication for the workplace, critical thinking. If a student is committed to finding competitive employment, they will have a job when they are completed with this program. We are with them every step of the way.
The Dayton Public School District has 16 thriving elementary schools serving preschool students as young as 3.5 years old through 6th grade. Caring and dedicated teachers and staff are determined to help all students succeed academically. Individualized attention is critical to academic success. DPS elementary schools follow a double teaching model in 1st through 3rd grade. Having 2 teachers per classroom allows for class size reduction, with 1 teacher focusing on math and 1 on literacy. This allows students to receive more one-on-one attention to help them excel academically. In addition to traditional academic subjects, students of all grade levels learn to be problem solvers, team players, and solution-oriented thinkers through STEM experiences. Career experiences begin in kindergarten to introduce students to a variety of career paths and opportunities. Art, physical education, and music classes are also part of a student's well-rounded educational experience. Music classes are designed to give students hands-on experience and make them excited to participate and learn. Many elementary schools also provide after-school programs and family resource coordinators to connect families to any services they may need. In addition, all DPS preschools are free and rated 5 stars by the Ohio Department of Education. By choosing Dayton Public Schools, you are choosing to give your student an opportunity to learn, grow, and achieve. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
Who am I? I was born in Diamond, Missouri. My birthday is January 1st, 1864. I was an inventor of peanut butter. I've never been married and no children. I passed away January 5th, 1984 due to anemia. I'm Jamarion Jeffrey. I attend College Elementary School. I'm in the 6th grade. Who am I? George Washington Carver.
So in Dayton Public Schools, we're really happy to have Project Lead the Way, which is sort of a nationwide STEM program. They've got a whole bunch of different STEM classes, and our goal, we call it Gateway. It's a gateway to high school, right? So we're trying to get kids excited and interested in these different STEM areas, right? Whether it's robotics or engineering or whatever it is. And it doesn't matter exactly what they're doing here. They're learning those skills that you talked about, the 21st century skills, right? Teamwork, collaboration, problem solving. So we're using a lot of technology that is good for them to learn, but the real skills that they're getting is that problem solving and that collaboration, because the technology is going to change, right? And the key is for them to learn those skills.
My favorite part is when the students take ownership. The other day we were doing robots, and a girl who always says, I can't do it, said, Miss Tubbs, look, I did that, I made that robot go. So that was kind of priceless. And I like them seeing the aha moments when they figure out something, especially the girls, when the girls that, aren't really into STEM as much as the boys are. And when they get their robots working and they take ownership and pride in what they're doing and they're excited about it, that's really special to me.
Hello, and welcome to a Mental Wellness Minute. I'm Kara Hofacker with Community Behavioral Health Services at Dayton Children's Hospital. Today we're going to be talking about mental wellness and how it's being affected right now. There's a lot of challenges in general with COVID, the illness itself, restrictions, quarantine, disruptions in school. A lot of our kids haven't been in school for a year or 2 years at this point. And reduced tolerance for socialization. It's been a while since we've had to be in large groups. There's a lot of new rules and a lot of changes at home. So today we're going to talk about fears and worries and helping your child manage their fears and worries. Most children experience some level of fear or worry, and it impacts every child differently. We're hoping to be able to help you recognize them in your child and how they may impact them and how to help them feel more confident and empowered. Some common childhood fears and worries are being hit by a car, getting lost, being afraid of the dark, storms, imaginary creatures such as monsters, or certain fears of animals such as dogs, spiders, or snakes, or birds. Older kids have a little bit different of fears. They may be concerned about violence, family issues, family approval, or being cool with their friends. And now especially COVID, being sick, hospitals and doctors' offices may be scary to them. Some examples of how fears and worries might present in your child are stomach aches, headaches, complaining of not feeling well. They may be struggling to sleep. They may not want to go places or leave home or be without you as the parent. They may be avoiding certain situations that they used to enjoy. They might ask a lot of questions on a specific topic. Some children struggle with acting out, such as increase in behaviors or talking back, goofing off. Some children struggle with acting in behavior, such as withdrawing from friends or family or self-harm. And why do our children have worries? Some children are just more likely to develop them than others. Oftentimes, this can come through an experience, such as walking by an aggressive dog that is barking loudly, or seeing the storm destruction from the 2019 tornadoes. Other times, this can come from witnessing another person's reaction to a fear, such as a sibling who is scared of an animal and seeing their fear when talking about that animal can rub off on them. Why address them now? It could be impairing their ability to function in school, such as failing classes or skipping classes, refusing to go to school at all. It could impair their social lives, withdrawing from friends or their favorite activities, sports they used to like. It can also overtake them if they're not addressed. Their fears may be irrational, and discussing generalizations such as all storms destroy houses or all dogs bite, which can really impact them from experiencing life. And this can provide you the opportunity to provide support to them and teach them about their fears. So what can you do? Talk to your child about their worries. Share your experiences relating to what they're afraid about. Normalize worry and share things that you might be fearful of or that you worry about. Set examples for them of how to manage their fears and worries. Teach them coping strategies such as breathing when they're overwhelmed, learning how to relax, imagination to take their mind off of what they're afraid of, self-talk to calm themselves down, or to seek support if they feel that they're overwhelmed. Helping them to gradually face their fears, such as if they're afraid of dogs, maybe meet some friendly dogs, walk by some dogs behind fences that aren't being aggressive, or take a class to learn how to interact with animals. Remain calm when they are scared, support them facing things they cannot avoid, such as doctor's appointments, and praise them for facing their fears. Thank you so much for taking the time to invest in your child. Remember that fears and worries are normal for both adults and for kids. Just be mindful of how their fear or worry may be impacting their daily functioning, such as school or interacting with families and friends if they're avoiding certain situations. Be supportive, setting an example for them of how to overcome fears and normalizing having fears and worries. Come up with a plan with your child on how to tackle those fears and worries, and you guys can conquer anything. Thank you.
Hey you guys, I'm Wham Middleton.
Too Tall Winston.
And we're with the world famous Harlem Globetrotters here at Belmont High School. We just want to thank Dayton Public Schools for having us out here. Come on now.
Who am I? I raced horses for money. I have 4 gold medals. My nickname is Buckeye Bullet. I ran German-made shoes. Who am I? Jesse Owens. And I am Dante Foster Goes to Kemp Elementary 5th grade.
Students in grades 4 through 8 across the district are competing in Dayton Public Schools Math Olympics. This is an annual event that takes place where students have 3 competitions, a Battle of the Brains competition, and then there's a critical thinking and collaboration challenge where this year students are trying to break out of a breakout EDU box. They're applying all their skills from quarters 1, 2, and 3 to work collaboratively as a team and crack some codes through mathematical puzzles. And then there's also a design challenge where students this year have designed their dream home, and on the day of their competition, they're presenting presented with a twist from the judges, and they have to apply that twist, given the mathematical parameters, to their design and then defend their reasoning in an interview process at the end. Today's events are preparing the students for future careers and goals because they are really trying to strategize together. They have to lean on one another to determine the best way to get to their common goal. Teamwork and problem solving are huge components of today's competitions. They are actually one of the categories that they are scored in is their ability to work as a team. So they have to learn to effectively communicate with one another in order to be successful on today's challenges, particularly the CTC challenge, the breakout box. They have been strategizing together for months as they practiced as a team with their Building Math Olympics coaches. The goal is for them to increase their ability to problem solve and collaborate and think critically and really learn that math is fun.
My name is Jacqueline Rutterow. I'm Senior Director of School Programs for Save the Music Foundation. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping students, schools, and communities all around America reach their full potential through the power of making music. Save the Music is very fortunate to have strong partnerships with our manufacturers. And in Dayton, we purchased Conn-Selmer band instruments for the 3 middle schools this year. Conn-Selmer, in turn, kind of to add some support above and beyond, brought Mickey Smith Jr., the 2020 Grammy Music Educator Award recipient, to Dayton. So we have spent the last 2 days in all 3 middle schools where Mickey has worked hands-on with the students, really establishing kind of fundamentals, reinforcing proper posture and breathing and making a good sound on their horns. Here in Dayton, we've laid a foundation to support the K-8 schools. So all of the students in elementary school having access to high-quality musical instruments to make music in school every week. And the middle school students who are picking up a trumpet or a trombone for the first time have a high-quality musical instrument to reach their full potential. Also, with a superintendent like Dr. Lally, who is a former music educator herself, really prioritizes arts and music education and has made huge investments from her role at the district to ensure these programs will be successful and sustained for years to come.
With this instance, my focus is to teach them the music, but it's also to show them that they're loved, they're valued, and they're wanted, and that there is so much promise inside of them. We have to show our kids now more than ever how much they matter. My time here in Dayton Public Schools has been nothing short of amazing. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm of the students. It was so refreshing to come to a place where the kids really appreciate the opportunities that they're being given. And this is something I won't soon forget. And I want to tell those kids that may be watching and all those that are connected with this institution that what you do matters more than what you realize, and to keep on going and make those next steps the best steps and the next sounds the best sounds.
If we catch them right in kinder and first grade, we can do a lot of good work. Hi, my name is Dr. Nikki. I am an educator. I work with teachers and kids around the country, and I write a lot of books. I've been working in classrooms doing guided math as well as looking at energizers. And because there's so much research that says kindergarten, first grade, all of that math is foundational to reading and to math. There's long-term studies that look at what kids were doing in kindergarten with math.
It's so important for kids to build number sense and understand how to play with numbers, especially at an early age, so that they understand that math is about thinking, not just getting answers. I'm Dr. Allison Mello, and I'm a former assistant superintendent, former math specialist, classroom teacher, and curriculum director, and now I'm a full-time math consultant. I'm really excited to be in Dayton Public Schools and working with the classroom teachers, showing them some different routines to get kids excited about learning math.
Going into the schools, I see teachers that are enthusiastic, that are ready to learn, that are already doing wonderful things, and that are trying to improve their practice. So my time here at Dayton Public has been wonderful because I love working with teachers and students.
The Dayton Public School District has 5 middle schools that prepare students for high school and beyond. Edwin Joel Brown, Wright Brothers, and Wagaman are standalone middle schools, while Belmont and Stiver School for the Arts are both middle and high schools. A focus on continued academic excellence is present in all middle schools. In addition to their standard English language arts classes, all students take a reading course designed to ensure they leave middle school with the mastery they need to excel in high school. In addition to traditional subjects, Project Lead the Way courses are available to middle school students who want to explore STEM concepts while also learning valuable life skills. Classes like design and modeling, medical detectives, and automation and robotics introduce students to engineering design, the medical field, and more. Project Lead the Way courses are designed to teach students how to be problem solvers and critical thinkers while engaging in hands-on projects. In DPS middle schools, career exploration experiences continue with an emphasis on how students can form a path to their goals. Students spend time learning about career opportunities and the career technical education pathways offered in DPS high schools because it is important for middle school students to consider which one would be the best fit for them. All middle schools have caring, dedicated teachers and staff, along with guidance counselors to help students pick the best classes and high schools for their needs. By choosing DPS middle schools, you are choosing to set your student up for academic and lifelong success. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
I was just overwhelmed by the number of people who came out here today to welcome us and the number of students who have already applied to Central State University to receive the free tuition their first year at Central State University. Our goal is to make sure that we're reaching out to our local schools and certain schools like Paul Laurence Dunbar, Principal Henry, who is here as a graduate of Central State University, and we want to make sure that we're providing as much access for those students as possible. And we know that the cost of an education has increased. Central State University is one of the most affordable institutions in the country, and we know that many students are first generation. Many of them come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, and we want to make sure that we're providing that access with this free tuition.
I feel very excited. You know, it's a great opportunity. It's really motivational as far as, you know, going to school and, you know, because some children might not even was applying for college, you know, knowing that you might go for free. That right there just motivates you to do well and, you know, do better, especially when they stated that it would be over the years to come, you could still, you know, go to college for free. That's a possible 4-ride free college. That right there is an amazing opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity. So, you know, it motivates me to go to Central State. It motivates me to keep my grades up, you know, and stay on top of everything so I can continue to get that free college.
The beautiful thing about it is we had a number of students after they heard these things that stuck around because they wanted to apply. And just seeing how many kids come out of Dayton Public Schools right now that are wanting to move on, whether it be college, whether it be military, whether it be a trade. But we want to make sure our students are, primed for success in life. So that's our long-term goal here at Dayton Public Schools, is to make sure that when we have these kind of things, it's almost an expected thing.
Who am I? I was born on February 27th, and I was born in Dayton, Ohio in 1971. I was an actor, an entertainer, and a host. I played in The Walking Dead, and I won an Oscar. I played 3 sports, football, baseball, and basketball. Hi, my name is Jeremiah. I go to River's Edge, and I'm in the 6th grade. And the person I'm presenting is Vincent M. Ward.
My name is Mike Manuel, and I teach construction at Ponitz CTC. When I first came here, I actually interviewed for, I wanted to do mentoring. And next thing you know, I got an offer in the mail to see if I was interested in the CTE position. That's not what I came here for initially. But for my goals in doing the kind of work that I do in the community, where before I was mentoring kids one-on-one, through my church and in some other areas, but now I mentor my own students. I would think others would probably choose DPS because of the support system. I thought about the same thing with having a charter school and then not really having somebody that could do the counseling or somebody that can do the intervention. With ESL students, there's people here that speak several languages. So a lot of my students live on the east side, they're Africans. They may speak 5 languages, but I don't know too many places that they can come where they actually have ESL teachers that will work with them on learning English to get to the point to where they can actually be proficient. So I think it's a culmination of having the opening their arms for immigrant students and then providing a support system that can help them become successful.
The Dayton Public Schools offers a signing day for students that are entering the military, going to college, or entering the workforce. We've had signing days at every building over the last week. Many of them choose to go on to college and do extensive work and come out with a degree that's in their pathway, but many also choose to go from their pathway training straight into jobs in the workforce. And both are great ways for students to move forward with their careers and have success. So we're really excited about the opportunities for our students to make a commitment to themselves and to their future. Dayton Public Schools does a great job in making sure that students have choices when they graduate.
You did it. Congratulations. We're here for you. Go out there and make us proud, make your families proud, but make yourself proud. Congratulations again.
Hi, welcome back to Mental Wellness Minute. I'm Libby Charlton. I'm one of the managers of our school-based services staff at Dayton Children's. Today we're going to talk about building self-esteem and self-confidence in your child. Before we get to that, we'll recap just a little bit about what is mental wellness. So mental wellness is essentially how we respond to life's ups and downs. It includes how a person thinks, handles their emotions, and acts. Various stressors have been affecting our students, and really all of us, such as COVID, the school changes and disruptions, For our students, some of them are behind in academics, also behind in that social emotional learning piece that has just been missed over the past couple years. Overall, a lot of us have just a reduced tolerance for things that aren't going our way. So how is that affecting our self-esteem and self-confidence? Are they the same thing? So today, that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about, are self-esteem and self-confidence the same thing? How can I tell if my child is struggling in one or both of these areas? In this Mental Wellness Minute, I'm going to share a bit about the differences, how you as a parent or caregiver can help build and support your child to have healthy self-esteem and self-confidence. So let's get started. First off, let's talk a little bit about what the difference is between self-esteem and self-confidence. Our self-esteem relates to our sense of self, that's internal, and how we relate to the world, that's external. You know, how do you view yourself on the inside? This helps guide our thoughts, feelings, behaviors, how we experience and interact with one another. Our self-esteem is often built through close relationships. Our friends, our family, people that are in our own home, people that we're around a whole lot. You know, so what's self-confidence? Well, that's a measure of our own belief in our own abilities. Or self-confidence is rooted in competence. As a child goes through different challenges and situations, when they can succeed through these difficulties, that builds competence and confidence. It's a little bit of a tongue twister. They are very similar, and so what does it look like? So children who have healthy self-esteem are more likely to be happy, cooperative, successful at school, make friends easily. They're more likely to cope with stressors effectively, and they can handle disappointments and failures in a more constructive manner. Poor self-esteem and confidence looks like negative self-talk. Maybe these students are giving up easily, more reluctant to try new things. They have difficulty setting and achieving goals, and they might be more likely to misbehave. It definitely looks a little different as you get older. So with our adolescents and our teens, things change as we get older. We go through various changes in hormones. Can look very similar, a positive attitude, cooperative. If I have good, healthy self-esteem and self-confidence, I'm more successful in school. Maybe I have a group of friends and I can keep these friends. I'm figured out how to handle disappointments in a more constructive manner, setting realistic goals. Maybe I'm more involved in school and community activities. This is where I'm finding my positive outlets and my social outlets. You know, adolescents and teens with poor self-esteem or poor self-confidence, they have that negative self-talk, giving up more easily, beginning to withdraw more than what might be normal for that age and development. Poor hygiene, more alone time, isolating themselves. You might even begin to see some anxiety or some depression come out. Maybe they're losing friendships or having more peer challenges, maybe becoming more argumentative with adults. So, what are some things that you can look for to know if your own child is struggling with self-esteem or self-confidence? They might be more withdrawn. That looks like pulling away from others, not talking, isolating in their rooms, negative self-talk, things like, I'm stupid, nobody cares anyway, I don't have friends, I don't care if I have friends, my teachers hate me, my parents hate me, those kinds of things. They may be more likely to misbehave at school. Maybe it's a new thing. Maybe they're misbehaving in public or becoming more just defiant or misbehaving at home, and that's not their norm. Has there been a decrease in self-care? Maybe the hygiene is slipping. They're not bathing, don't want to brush their hair, have their hair fixed, don't want to change their clothes. You know, maybe they're becoming more anxious or depressed. So, what can you do as a parent or caregiver to support this healthy self-esteem and self-confidence? Tell them that you love them. Everybody loves to hear that. Spend time with the kids. Do fun things. You know, do you have a family game night? Do you have a family movie night? Do you You know, do you go outside and play with your kids? Do you play with them inside? Praise your kids for their efforts and their achievement. And be specific. When kids are struggling, they need to hear what they're doing well every step of the way and not wait for that end result. Encourage and model healthy habits. How's your own hygiene? Sleep? Exercise? How are we as adults managing stress and conflict? And what are we modeling for the kids that are around us? Ask your child about their friends, how they're interacting with others at school. This is a tough one. We may need to monitor their use of social media and technology. I know that's hard. I know that's hard for me sometimes. But we know that kids are getting bullied over social media. They're getting bullied over text messages. And as adults in their life, we need to get a handle of that to help them. You know, help your child deal with disappointments and failure. Let them know this is okay and it's normal. You can do this. You know your children best, and remember that. If you feel like something is off, like really off with your child, ask them what's going on, and then listen. Give them the space to talk to you. And if they don't talk right away, ask later. Find something positive to say to and about your child every day. I know that can be hard. I know that sometimes our kids are just really frustrating us, but think about what's something that you love about them, what's something that they did well, and then tell them. Tell them. Make it a family activity. Make it a family challenge. Who can give the most high fives today? Who can say something nice about somebody else today? It's never too late to give praise, and it's normal to be going through challenges right now. You're not alone. Here are some resources. So if you need some more support, here are some pretty good options for you. We want to make sure that you are equipped to handle anything that might come your way. You can contact Dayton Children's Mental Health Resource Connection if you're trying to get your child involved with some outside counseling services. If you find yourself in a safety crisis, contact our Behavioral Crisis Center, or just take them to Children's. It's a 24/7 service, and we're happy to help you out. Our staff are there to listen. So lastly, you're awesome. You can do it. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen, to taking the time to show interest in your child and in their well-being. And thanks for joining us for this Mental Wellness Minute.
The Adult Transition Unit program is a program for students with special needs who have graduated from high school and chose to defer their diploma for a year so they can learn job skills and life skills. The goal of the program is for the students to become gainfully employed in the community. Some of the life skills that the students learn are how to write the RTA, they work on communication skills, and they learn how to budget their money. The students are in the program for 1 school year. They start the program in August and end in May. The students learn job skills by volunteering at 3 different sites: Sinclair Community College, the University of Dayton, and the Gospel Mission. At Sinclair Community College and the University of Dayton, the students work in the dining hall where they learn customer service skills, serving customers. They also learn stocking skills and cleaning skills. At the Gospel Mission, the students learn janitorial skills. The majority of the students that complete the program get jobs. Some places that they get jobs at are the hospital, restaurant, grocery stores, and retail stores.
Once the students have had their opportunity to learn the different jobs within food service here at the college, then it is beneficial for them. They are able to go out and market themselves to the different food service employers and the Restaurant Association to let them know that they have worked in the front of the house, washing tables and greeting with the customers, and vice versa in the back of the house, how to do all the stock and inventory all the way to closing out at the end of the day, taking and mopping and doing all the trash and everything. So as a benefit for them as they apply within the restaurants, then that gives them the ability to let them know that they've been trained in those duties. As a contractor here at Sinclair, we have enjoyed tremendously the students coming in on a weekly basis, helping us with our day-to-day operations. And I think the benefit and the partnership that we have with the Dayton Public School Systems is a wonderful program, and we hope that it continues on so we can have these students be able to go out into the general population and get jobs.
Goodwill Easter Seals are proud partners with Dayton Public Schools in helping them enrich their lives for better futures. As a job developer, we assist the students with developing work-related skills for competitive employment within the community. We meet with them each Friday. In addition, we discuss and demonstrate potential job openings, get to know each person and what their interests are. We discuss and demonstrate potential job openings, help them research that particular position, that company, and see if it's a good match for each individual that we serve.
This transition program with Dayton Public Schools have given students with special needs the opportunity to achieve their transition goals by becoming gainfully employed in the community, and also it helps them achieve their independent living goals, which will make them successful throughout life.
Who am I? I'm an African-American woman who will be replacing Justice Stephen Breyer. I am currently sitting on the District of Columbia Circuit Court and was confirmed by the Senate 3 times. I received Constance Baker Motley Award for empowering women of color, and I will be the first and only justice with experience of being a public defender. My name is Paige Turner from Stivers School for the Arts, and the presentation that I just did is on our new Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson.
My name is Deidre Mitsoff. I'm an English language specialist. I teach at Wright Brothers Middle School, 7th and 8th grade in Dayton Public Schools. When I talk to other people about my job, I tell them I work with the best adults and I work with the best students. I love who I interact with every day. They push me to become a better person, a better educator. They challenge me, they support me, and that is absolutely the best part of what I do every day. I enjoy getting to work with such diverse students. I have students who are native to Dayton, I have students who are new to Dayton, and I have students who are new to the country. So it's really awesome that we get to learn from one another and grow together. And I try really hard to use my students' knowledge and their lived experiences to help drive what we're learning and what we're doing in the classroom. Every child needs a trusted adult in their life. I try really hard to model that for students and just encourage them as they kind of make their way through life on the path of becoming the best person they can be. I believe that Dayton Public School students deserve the most caring and nurturing environment. I really believe that Dayton Public Schools will continue to grow and to change, and we'll be right there making sure that our students are successful and that they are productive members of society.
The Dayton Public School District has 7 high schools that offer unique cultures, identities, and opportunities for students. David H. Ponance CTC and Meadowdale CTC are career technical centers designed to put students on a path toward career success. With 26 pathways to choose from and opportunities to earn college credit and career certifications, students can graduate ready to enter entry-level careers or continue their education in college with many requirements already underway. Stiver School for the Arts is a magnet school. Here, students have the opportunity to concentrate their studies in a specific area. Belmont High School, Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, and Thurgood Marshall STEM High School are traditional high schools that offer an academic curriculum that prepares students for college and career success. In each high school, students can earn college credits for free through the College Credit Plus program. All schools offer athletics and extracurriculars that allow students to continue their education outside of the classroom. Mound Street Academy is a high school designed to help students between the ages of 16 and 22 earn a high school diploma. Mound Street combines real-world computer-based academic instruction with career exploration and work-based learning opportunities. Belmont High School also houses the firefighting and EMT CTE program. Students in this pathway get hands-on training and prepare for successful careers serving their communities. Graduates are immediately eligible for entry-level positions with the Dayton Fire Department. By choosing DPS High Schools, you are choosing to give your student the opportunity to excel in college, career, and beyond. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
Who am I? I was born in Kentucky to ex-slaves in 1864. I was the third African American to graduate from West Point Military Academy in 1889. I eventually became the first African American to achieve the colonel rank in the U.S. Army. After serving 5 years on the Western Front, I became a professor here in Ohio at Wilberforce University for 4 years. I then went back to serve during the midst of the Spanish-American War. I am Brendan Crump, a senior here at Stiver School for the Arts, and the person I did this presentation on is Colonel Charles Young.
They're not going to use it all at one time.
They're absolutely adorable. That's how you learn. And we have the gingerbread cookies over here. Oh.
My name is Franklin Willis. I am from Nashville, where I am the instructional music coach at Metro Nashville Public Schools. Today I was working with 5th and 6th graders from Dayton Public Schools. I was invited by Ms. Valerie Milligan, who is the supervisor of music. And the goal was to just give them some fun times with exploring instruments, moving, dancing, singing, body percussion, and letting students feel the music. So I started with the dance, and I started with movement. And once we did that movement, I got them laughing. We decided to, add the rhythm sticks. And so you just kind of build and you add layers. And by the time we got to our jam session and every student had an instrument, every instrument mattered to the ensemble. And so the bigger piece of that is they matter. That everything that they do, everything that they think, everything they bring to the table, it is important. Music education is so vital for our students right now because in music classes, that is an opportunity for them to shine a little brighter, right? In some classes, you have to sit, you have to get, you have to take the test, but in music class, you're able to express, you're able to feel, you're able to move. And so for me, music education gives our students the opportunity to explore, to show their personalities, to have fun. And so that's what it's all about, is giving our students voice, giving them choice, where they can show, hey, I may not want to sing, but I want to play. I may not want to play, but I want to move. I may not want to move, but I want to improvise. And so with elementary music, we give students the opportunity to shine where they feel most comfortable. The biggest goal is that they leave feeling empowered to conquer their dreams and to dream big and to do what it is and it's in their heart.
Hello, and welcome to another Mental Wellness Minute. I'm Emily Weitz, Outreach Coordinator from the On Our Sleeves movement at Dayton Children's Hospital. Today I'm going to be covering how to build positive relationships with your children through having conversations. Sounds simple, right? However, let me go over a few scenarios and see if they sound familiar to you. You pick your child up from school and ask them, "What did you do at school today?" Your child stares out the window and responds, "Nothing." You notice your child is different. They are barely eating at dinner and spend more time alone in their bedroom. When you ask them what's wrong, they simply say, "Nothing." You think you have a great relationship with your child and have made yourself approachable. Everything seems to be going great, and then you get a call from school saying that your child has been skipping class or caught vaping in the bathroom. You think to yourself, "How did I miss this?" You are not alone. These are common occurrences. We know that children don't always wear their thoughts on their sleeves, so I'm going to give you some strategies to strengthen your conversation skills with your child to build strong relationships at home. I will be covering 3 ways to have successful conversations with youth. The first one is to create a conversation space. The second is to reflect and acknowledge your child's feelings. And the third is to practice. So step 1 is to create a conversation space. And when I say this, I mean both a physical space as well as an emotional space. Let's start with the physical space. There are several things I mean by having a physical conversation space. This can be where your family spends the most time. You can dedicate a place in your home as the conversation place. Involve the whole family in setting up the space. Is it in the corner of the living room with some comfy pillows or cushions? Is it on the front porch on some lawn chairs? Or is it the tailgate of your truck? Decide what works best for your family. Practice having conversations in this area. Tell your kids this is where you go for important conversations. Let them know that if they need to talk to you, they can sit in the conversation place as a cue for you to come talk with them. If you spend most of your time in the car driving from activity to activity, make that your conversation place. It is sometimes easier to ask kids specific questions about their day that you already know about. You know they eat lunch, so you could ask them, "What was for lunch today?" If they're younger, you know they have recess, so ask them, "Who did you play with at recess?" This will open the door for them to talk more and more about their day, and it takes the pressure off having to remember everything that happened to them. Another good question is to ask, what was one good part about your day and one not so great part about your day? This teaches them that there are sometimes parts of our day that aren't our favorite, and it's okay to talk about them. Another way to create a physical conversation space is to spend alone time with your child. When you spend alone time with your child, it makes it more normal to have one-on-one conversations. They will feel less intimidated because being alone with you is part of their normal routine. This will also give them a chance to bring something up to you that they don't want another sibling to overhear. One last strategy is to go to their space where they feel safe and comfortable and just let them talk. Sit next to their bed before they go to sleep at night and just listen. Just be there. There are also ways to create an emotional space for conversations. Practice using open-ended questions. How did that make you feel? What do you think about that? Take your parent fix-it cap off and just listen to them. Remind your child that they can come talk to you whenever they need to. Another way to create emotional space is to initiate conversations with your kids to take off some of the pressure. You could say, I noticed you've been spending more time in your room. I would like to talk to you about this. Step 2 is to validate and acknowledge your child's feelings. Many times, kids just want to feel heard. Listen to what your child is saying and reflect by acknowledging their feelings. Ask them if they would like you to simply listen or if they want your advice. Reflect back what they are saying. For example, if they're talking about a fight with a friend, you could say, "It sounds like you are getting upset that you got into a fight with your friend." Validate their feelings and give them space to explain what happened. Another example, if they open up about failing a test, take a moment to reflect that back to them. You could say, "It sounds like that was a difficult test," instead of saying, "Did you study enough?" and going straight to making a game plan for the next time or giving a consequence. Some more examples on this slide are, "That must have been really difficult. How are you feeling?" "How can I help?" "Thanks for sharing. Let's make a plan together." Step 3 is to practice, practice, practice. No one expects you to be a conversational expert right away. It takes practice. Here are some ways for both you and your child to practice your conversation skills together. Commit to having 3 screen-free meals a week. Ask 1 fun question each car ride. Spend 1 hour a week individually with your child without technology. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, and download the conversation starter sheet and use them during your 3 screen-free meals. Okay, so you're probably saying to yourself, thanks for all these tips, but what about the tough stuff? How do I talk to my kids about more difficult topics? Well, the more we practice everyday conversation, the more comfortable it will be for both you and your child to talk about more difficult topics. Don't get me wrong, it will still feel uncomfortable at times, but at least you'll be going into it with a strong foundation. Practicing conversation will also make it more likely that your child will come talk to you about the following topics: relationships, academic successes and struggles, problems with peers at school, sexual behavior or identity, substance use, future plans or goals, death of a family member, stressful current events, anxiety, depression, or other mental health challenges. So now it's time to take the challenge. Set up space both physically and emotionally to have conversations with your child. Practice acknowledging your child's feelings at least once a day. Commit to having 3 screen-free meals a week. And if you have a busy teenager involved in lots of activities, maybe think about waking up and doing breakfast with them instead of dinner. You can also join the Honor Sleeves movement for more tips and strategies. When it comes time to have difficult conversations with your child and you need some additional information or support, check out the Honor Sleeves movement. Honor Sleeves provides free educational materials to adults on childhood mental health topics. When you join the movement, you'll receive emails on different child mental health topics. Sometimes you will receive an activity to print off and use with your child. Other times you will receive an article about a mental health topic. You can use the QR code on this slide or go to childrensdayton.org/onoursleeves/join to join today. This is also where you can get the conversation starters I spoke about earlier. This is a list of questions that you can print off and cut out and put into a bowl or a cup or a hat and pass around the dinner table, use in your conversation place, or use in the car. Thank you so much for your time. It's clear that you are a caring parent that wants to help your child in the best way possible. Have a great day.
Who am I? Born December 1753, West Africa. I was captured and sold to slavery at the age of 7. I started writing poetry at the age of 13. I am famous for poems based on religion and moral. I became the 3rd colonial African American woman to have her work published. My best known poem is on being brought from Africa to America. I had to prove in court that my poems were written by me. I died December 1784 due to childbirth complications. Hi, my name is Tanija Jones and I'm in the 10th grade. I am Phyllis Wheatley.
My name is Kevin G. Jewett. I work for Dayton Public Schools. I am a bus driver and OBI trainee at this time. When I joined DPS, it was at a time where me as a bricklayer, I couldn't find a job, and they have kept me working ever since I got here. Long as, you know, you have integrity, they trust you. You know, there's primarily integrity and trust. Long as you're fair about that, they're fair with you. A bus driver to me means freedom and integrity, issues that I can be trusted, and you can trust me with your children. The ones I carry, they know I'm gonna treat them, and their parents know that I'm gonna treat them just like I treat my kids. You know, zero tolerance, bullying and whatever, and that I have their best interest. After all, they're the most precious cargo. I love driving. I never thought I would love driving, but I love driving, and I'll pick any kid up anywhere. And once they're in my care, you best believe I'm gonna do my best to protect them.
Remember, we tell you before, there are 4 reasons why you vote. For candidates or issues that benefit you, your livelihood, your family, and your community. No other reason. You don't vote because someone is tall or short, black or white, male or female, Republican or Democrat. You vote those 4 reasons. That takes care of you and your family and your community.
So today is the first time I'm going to be voting for my family. My family is from Mexico, so I'm the first generation from my family. So right now, this is everybody in the background is voting for the first time. It was a very amazing experience. I like that we were crossing like around the bridge, and you know, it was just a very powerful moment where, you know, it's like your first time and you're going to have that as your memory. To like, oh, I remember I have to cross the bridge to like vote. If you want to fix something that is really injustice, then your vote really does matter. Like every person votes matters. Voting for the first time is kind of like exciting because, you know, I get to go home and then just tell my parents that I just voted, and then they just seem proud of me because they never experienced like something like this of voting before. So I'm like kind of like giving them like a chance to like, oh, if like something is wrong, I'm able to like make the change.
We've done a full overhaul of Welcome Stadium when we come to renovation. If it was in there, we touched it. We have the field that opened up last season, the track that opened up last season. Those were completely renovated to new state-of-the-art materials. And as you see as you drive by, we have an amazing press box that happened. During the season, we actively worked to make sure that we got our bleachers touched on. Our locker rooms have been up to date because we live in a different world now. We want our kids to feel comfortable and utilize them in the way they need. Concessions, which is the heart of why many people go to any event, is to get to food. We've also added in our Hall of Fame display because, again, there's a lot of rich history here that people don't know about, and the best way for them to learn about it is for them to actually see it.
At some point in your life, in your career, you've came through here for whether it was a 5K run, whether it was the pantry, whether it was a church having a celebration out in the parking lot. And I think that's what makes this project big, because it was bigger than DPS, but it is good to call it home. It's definitely a historic moment, and I'm glad that I'm able to be part of this experience. We're talking about 1949 when this was created. We're talking about 2008 when we had a new track and a new field, and here we are now. And not just here, everywhere, there's a lot of newness. So our kids, they deserve this and probably more.
When you hear the students in the classroom talking about all the renovations, they're thrilled about that because they go to some of the best schools all over Ohio, and they're in and out of great stadiums. When I first started with Dayton, I thought it was strange that you had a shared stadium, and I thought that might be a limitation. But I quickly realized how valuable that was, where you have all 6 schools and everybody's like, nope, this is my field. And so everybody gets their best time, and the students just love Welcome Stadium.
It actually means a lot. I think it shows a level of commitment by our district to put money into our facilities for the kids. It gives them an opportunity to look forward to play in something nice. Playing in this stadium over 20 years ago, it was pretty old in the season at that time. And now to come back now to see the revamps and the changes, I mean, it gives a level of excitement, like I said, for people that like to come watch the kids play, just to see that we play in one of the nicer stadiums in all the nation. It's almost collegiate level facilities, and I think it's nice for the kids to look forward to that. By donating, it shows that we're invested with the kids also. So as a community, we say we're all about the kids, and you know, this is our opportunity to show that.
One of the biggest things when it comes to sports is it really helps the kids feel pride in their school, feel pride in where they're from, feel pride in their team. And so the legacy of anything, of any school, I mean, you hear about those stories, this person that graduated from this school, you talk about it forever. I mean, you know, there's kids that played at Belmont. I hear still brought up even from 4 years ago, where none of these kids were there. People still talk about them, and it just goes back to having that sense of pride. Somebody that went to my school did this, I can do great things too.
I attended Ohio State University and became All-American, Big Ten player, and also a college football Hall of Famer. And after I left Ohio State, I went and played 13 years in the National Football League. I was the first-round pick of the Philadelphia Eagles in 1986, and I played in Philadelphia for 7 years, and I also scored a touchdown in Super Bowl 31. And this is a showcase. If you can play well here, you can play well anywhere, and it starts, Welcome Stadium. Football's been so good to me, and it's been special. It's given me so much. For me to have the opportunity to give back, out here you see people able to fulfill their dreams, and you watch the games and people will talk about them for the next 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the dreams that they make here at Welcome Stadium.
Just being here, I mean, as a coach, as a community member, as a member of Thurgood Marshall alumni, just to see the renovation, see the opportunity that's being brought to the students here it's amazing, because this is our future. The student population right now, in another 10 years, they're going to be the people that are representing and making the decisions for our city, for our community, for just pretty much our society.
We've built a stadium that is not only for student athletics, it is for community events. It is for bringing different event goers into the area. We are in a location where this is where you want to be at, and we want our people and our community to feel that and feel that excitement when they're in here and throughout the whole space. This project was started in 1927, and it's 2023, and we're finally close enough to actually completing the full design of what Dayton Public School students should be able to enjoy and utilize. Welcome Stadium, honoring and advancing our legacy.
Hi, my name is Robin Patterson from Ponus CTC, a part of the Media Arts program, and we are here at Belhaven to interview the student spotlight, Gabrielle.
Gabrielle Shanklin has been a Belhaven Bobcat since kindergarten. She's always a pleasure to have in class and exemplifies following the Bobcat way every day. Gabby has excellent attendance and shows up every day with a positive attitude and smile on her face. Gabby is always ready to learn. Her amazing grades reflect her hard work and effort in the classroom. Gabrielle is a great role model for new students and especially helpful as a peer guide. Gabrielle participates in student council and many other after-school programs.
What's your favorite subject in school?
It's definitely math.
Do you have a lot of friends in school?
Yes, I have a lot of friends. Jemiah, Anila, Jasmine, Nelky, Lance, Edward, Glenn, Marsha.
What do you like about being a peer guide?
I get to meet new people every single year, and I can make new friends. I can show them around and stuff, and how we do stuff around here, and what's the Bobcat way.
What got you into dancing?
So I've been dancing since I was like 5. I started like loving it. I started like dancing at home. I started dancing to like Beyonce, DaBaby, and all them artists. And I thought they were like really cool. So I wanted to dance to like more hip hop, more R&B. And I thought it was like really, really cool because I've been seeing some people on YouTube and TikTok. They dance like so smoothly, and I want to dance like that. So,
do you have a message for your classmates here at Belhaven?
Like, live the Bobcat way, and like if somebody tells you that you need to give up, like you can't do this, you suck at this, don't listen to them. Just keep trying, and just ignore them, and like just think about like the positive way and stuff, because if you think in the wrong way, it might cause to something being really wrong. So just like think in a positive way, so like you can get good grades, you can meet new good friends and all that. So yeah.
We're here today to break ground on our new transportation center. It's a facility that's going to house about 170 transportation individuals. That means mechanics, drivers, paraprofessionals, secretaries, IT analysts, and other payroll specialists. And so all those folks will be housed in that space. We'll also have brand new concrete where we're standing now for all 150 of our buses, which is a huge undertaking in itself. So not only a renovation of the transportation center, but also a full blacktop for both sides of the transportation center for the buses and new parking for the employees. I'm most excited for the employees. I've said it on a number of occasions. I've said it at board meetings. I've said it in the paper. Equity is a big issue for me. This is a space that we've forsaken. It's been one of the last structures that we've renovated. This is a space where mostly women are here, and we've looked the other way until now. I am proud to have been one of the primary drivers of this project, along with support from the Board of Education.
Hello, I'm Jemiah Woodall, a scholar and a leader attending Ponus CTC. Throughout this school year, my fellow classmates and I will be keeping you informed on the great things happening in our district. And in case you missed it, this summer was full of exciting news. This year, DPS is under new leadership with our interim superintendent, Dr. David Lawrence. Dr. Lawrence is a Dunbar graduate and has a long history with DPS. He began his work with the district in 1995. Over the years, he has taught at Edwin Joel Brown Middle School, Meadowdale High School, has served as an assistant principal at Stabber School for the Arts, and principal at Thurgood Marshall Steen High School.
I'm personally looking forward to just getting out to school buildings every day. and seeing the progress in terms of how we're trying to build culture. And I think that's a part of communication. Communication can be verbal, nonverbal, but also it can be your presence itself. And I think by being in school buildings on a regular basis, at lunch duty, recess duty, tying shoes for second graders and first graders, at athletic events, and just showing the administrative team that's closest to me on cabinet and those people in the schools that we really are going to work on culture this year. And all those school results, they'll come.
We are looking forward to an amazing school year under his guidance. After a long overdue upgrade, the Welcome Stadium renovations are officially done. Come out and show your DPS spirit by attending a game and experiencing the new and improved stadium for yourself. Unable to attend the game? Catch our Games of the Week live streamed on the DPS YouTube channel. Games are streamed on either Thursday or Friday from students like me in the Ponitz Media Arts Pathway. Recently, the district broke ground on the Transportation Center renovation project. The renovated center will include more open space, break rooms, additional restrooms, consultation and conference rooms, office spaces, and more. Wrapping things up, DPS has so many great staff members who help our district thrive. In this episode, we're spotlighting Rob Hunter, the district's Director of Operations. Mr. Hunter has been with the district since 2019. Previously, he worked as the Compliance Coordinator for Operations. His day-to-day duties consist of meeting with the staff, going out to buildings, performing compliance inspections, and ensuring buildings meet all safety standards. That's it for this episode of In Case You Missed It. Catch us next time for more district highlights and follow us on social media to get the most up-to-date info and news 24/7. I'm Demaya Woodall, and remember, you can waste your life drawing lines or you can live your life by crossing them. Quote by Shonda Rhimes.
Let the record show that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District has just completed an executive session during which it considered the appointment, employment, and dismissal of a public employee. I move that we exit executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick, Yes. Dr. Pickett, Yes. Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
6 yeses.
Thank you. All right, we're going back up to agenda item A. Is there a motion? Actually, the motion was already out there. It's already been
It's
moved.
done.
Yep. All right, any questions or anything? Comments?
I thought we were pulling one.
Oh, yes, thank you. Let me grab the one that I need to pull. Appreciate that reminder.
Was it 28, 24?
May I request that we pull 400 for separate vote, please?
Okay, so 400 for a separate vote, pulling 24 for next meeting. Is there anything else?
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Can we pull number 174, 75, and 76 for a separate vote, please?
174.
75, 76. 174, 175, and 176.
anything else? Actually, I'd like to pull 23 till next meeting as well.
23?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's 23 and 24
for the next meeting. Yes.
Okay.
One second. And I like to pull 53 for the next meeting as well. Anything else? All right, so just to recap, 23, 24, 53 are being pulled to be voted on at the next meeting. I'm gonna need y'all to shout out your numbers again that are being voted separately.
174 through 176.
174 through 176.
400. You said 400.
400 too.
174 through 176.
400 is just to be voted separate.
And 400
Yeah.
is to be voted separately as well.
Okay.
And I imagine 400, you wanted it to be voted on by itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, by itself?
By itself, so
Okay.
3 votes. Anything else? You sure?
So 174 through 76 being pulled to vote by itself, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then 400 by itself.
And the motion is the same motion? Okay.
All right, seeing nothing else, may we have a vote?
President Goodwine,
Abstain.
okay, Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
Okay, 5 yeses, 1 abstain.
Next vote. And this is the 76, the 100 ones?
174 through 176.
Okay, 174 through 176.
Okay. President Goodwine,
Abstain.
okay, Mr. Sampson,
Abstain.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
4 yeses, 2 abstain.
And this is, next one is 400. All right,
President Goodwine,
abstain.
okay, Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Abstain?
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
4 yeses, 2 abstain.
All right, thank you. Resolution to adopt board policy, first reading. Insomuch as the Board of Education is committed to the continual updating of its policy, rules, and regulations manual, and the committee which was appointed has been working towards that goal. The following are brought at this time for first reading in compliance with the board file BFC policy adoptions. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Education of Dayton City School District, Montgomery County, Ohio, hereby accepts and adopts the following policies that have been codified for inclusion in the handbook, policies, rules, and regulations. AC-ACB, non-discrimination/harassment, including discrimination on the basis of sex and disability, sexual harassment. BCG, school board attorney. GCDA, employee referral program. These policies are being read for the first time. As such, a motion or second is not required. The policies will be available in the superintendent's office for review and comment prior to the second reading and adoption by the Board of Education. Furthermore, the policies will be reviewed by the superintendent's office, the board office, and the legal department of the Dayton Public Schools prior to the second reading. Ms. Kidd, the policies that we were bringing to the board, Were those distributed to everyone's seats? Board relations, treasurer, board relations, business manager, and board relations, business manager evaluation. Okay, I will save that for our next meeting. All right, this is a closing thoughts thing, so I'm gonna go from right to left. Treasurer, you have any closing thoughts? Anything you want to say on the mic?
Not tonight.
All right, Samson, you got something?
I do. Real quickly, I want to say congratulations to Reverend William Bailey and Eric Walker and our own Vice President for being reelected, but welcome. Congratulations to those two gentlemen who are newly elected to the seat, to the school board. And I know both of these gentlemen will contribute greatly to the work that needs to be done in the district. So again, congratulations. And then also, Madam President, I want to say my thoughts and prayers to the families and our school families who lost loved ones and staff that passed away over the last 30 days since the last time we met. And then I want to say two more thank yous. Thank you to Dr. Lawrence and his administrative team who is in their discovery, finding difficult data, but also creating and implementing solutions to change the trajectory of our scholars' academic success. And then lastly, thank you to the athletic department for developing, continuing to develop more opportunities for our youth to be engaged in that department. And then one more to, I think his name, Mr. Jones was the person who spoke today. I think that was his name, but I want to say thank you for being here and speaking, sharing your thoughts with us. I think they were well thought out thoughts, and I appreciate, as always, when the community comes and speaks to the board. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam President.
Appreciate you, Wick.
Thank you. I'm good this evening. I would like to welcome the new board members, and yeah, so it's going to be fun. We're going to have a great year, 4 years, so thank you. Thanks.
Dr. Lawrence.
I would triple down on that. Welcome to the new board members. Eric, it's good to see you, my former student. We talked about this a long time ago, so I'm glad to see you up here. This has been the month of Alpha Phi Alpha and pastoring. So Brother Sampson, we got a chance to hang out with him the first 2 Sundays ago. Last week it was Brother Barfield. Next week it'll be Brother Cunningham, and the last week it'll be Brother Bailey. So we look forward to getting out there and doing our community service and being around the pulpit with you. That's it.
Lacey.
To get things moving on the information technologies proposals, I would like to make the motion that we accept after getting some additional recommendations, that we accept the proposal of Sentinel Technologies and for the MITS services.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
A vote for what?
You just made a motion to accept Sentinel
Technologies request for proposal.
Okay, who seconded it?
I
Dr.
did.
Pickett.
Okay. President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Abstain.
Ms. Wick,
Abstain.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
4 yeses, 2 abstain.
Any other comments?
No, thank you. I'm looking forward to our Finance Committee meeting on this Thursday at 3 o'clock. You're all invited.
Pick it.
Including new board members, newly
Open to the
elected board
public.
members.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, first, I want to congratulate the new elected members. I did not run for re-election for several reasons. First, I wanted to have the absolute freedom to say what I need to say moving forward. And I want my intentions to be fully understood and spelled out. I did not want to serve another term next to a person who was accused of sexual harassment. An investigation was requested, and the overall agreement was to not pursue an investigation here. Another venue was cited. I'm a victim of sexual harassment and a rape survivor. As such, it was excruciatingly difficult to stand in the same room with Mr. Smith, but I had a job to finish. I ran for school board to demand a better educational experience for the immigrant students in our district. 1 out of 5 of our students is an English learner. We had little to no plan to improve dropout rates for students who came here with interrupted education. And some of them, about 70% of them, drop out. So last school year, the international school at Residence Park opened its doors. Today, there's 425 students, and close to 700 others have passed through its doors. So I leave feeling good about what it was accomplished, because that was a community effort. There is much more to be done, but the conditions in which this district is operating are not conducive for me to help people effectively here. I will continue to serve the entire community through my role as the newest American specialist for the Dayton Metro Library. With the little time I have, I will attempt to explain what others may feel uncomfortable to say or may be afraid to say. I will shed light to what are those issues and the issues that I see with Dr. Lawrence leading this district. Before that is done, I want to encourage all of you to fill out the survey. That survey is voluntary, it's anonymous, and no emails will be collected. As of this morning, we had about 160 responses that have been submitted. Some people have come and asked me, Dr. Pickett, we are very scared. This is our livelihood. And I understand. If you feel like you are not able to come forward and speak, I understand. For some people, their livelihood is at stake. But for those of you who want to take the time to fill out those surveys, I will tell you some of the things that have been mentioned to me, not in the surveys because no one has access to them yet, but things that I've heard people say throughout the district. With this administration, there has been disruption in staff essential skill enhancement, inadequate work provisions, mislocating responsibilities, workspace displacement, dismissing status causing feelings of disempowerment and their ability to perform roles effectively. The 5 C's can be a joke when information is censored, communication is suppressed, and there's an obstruction of the flow of information. There's constantly canceling meetings with subordinates, misallocation of responsibilities, and disregard for qualifications, disenfranchisement, unequal responsiveness, dismissiveness and undervaluing, denial of natural justice, meaning due process, task delegating are below roles and assignments of trivial or incongruent duties, unprofessional behavior of mocking and belittling, legal and ethical concerns, inconsistent decision-making authority, underutilization of talent, gaslighting, inappropriate delegating, failure to allow board and district recognition of accomplishments, gatekeeping and bypassing, discriminatory management, higher privilege, and unfair allocation, unequal distribution of workload, and disproportionate allocation of tasks. These are some of the things that have been mentioned, and so there's still time for people to fill out the surveys. Tell me how you feel, please. And the only way that we can help people for retaliation is if you actually come forward and speak now. That's all I have to say today, Madam President. Thank you.
All right, Reiner. I would like to first congratulate my 2 new board members who've been elected, board members-elect. Congratulations, and we are excited to have you work with us. I want to thank Dr. Pickett and Board Member Sampson for their 4 years of service. I acknowledge how much you deeply care about this district and community. I'm grateful for you stepping up 4 years ago and running. I'm grateful for your service. And Board Member Sampson, I know your kids will be happy to have you back on Tuesday nights. Some of us just returned back from the Ohio School Board Association Capitol Conference, the annual conference that happens immediately after the November elections. One of my favorite conferences. I'm wearing a badge, name badge that I wear, and I even have my little row of ribbons that I collected and wore this at the conference. Really grateful for the intentional work that was put into this conference. I went to sessions that were focused on the legislative update, the science of reading, collective bargaining. I attended a Vouchers Heard Ohio steering committee meeting that was also a session. Really great work, really grateful for the opportunity I had to attend. I would be remiss if I didn't say that our thoughts are with the students that were traveling to the conference that got in the accident today. All of our hearts are with the Tuskegee Valley community tonight, as well as the community here in Dayton. We have a student that is in bad condition, and we just wish all peace and love to everyone who is dealing with difficult situations right now. Other than that, that is all that I have. Thank you, Madam President.
Appreciate it. Thank you all. A couple thoughts from me tonight. One, Mr. Lacy, I have a question for you as a parliamentarian. So at our last meeting, we did vote on our org chart, but I want to reserve, because I need board members to look at something, and this is the next meeting, so can I reserve my reconsideration?
Yes.
He said I could. You said I could. I'm going with that. Well, I only asked you guys to look at it because if we do leave purchasing under the superintendent, we need to change a lot of policies because there are several in there. So I'm asking that between this week and next week, if you all could look at the financial part of our policy just to see how that flows right there. If we're going to leave it there, then we have to make those changes, and I can shoot that back through policy next month and add it to our list of things. But I'm just asking that you look at that one, just because there are multiple policies where we delegate to the treasurer the authority in purchasing in that part. So if we are switching that, then we need to make sure our policies align in that piece.
When you say, I'm sorry, when you say you switch, you're talking about making purchasing part of like a treasurer's responsibility?
It's in our policy, it currently is, but in our practice hasn't lined up in the last couple of years with our policy. So we can keep kicking it down the road like the people before us, or we can correct it. If it's going to remain under the superintendent, then we just need to make the policies align with that one. If not, if we want to match the policies, then we'll need to move it to the treasury.
Is it possible to revisit and see what would be the pros and cons for both? Because last time that we discussed this, the treasurer said that it would be best if it is under purchasing.
I mean, that's fine. That's why I'm asking, I'm bringing that to us as the floor, because I'm asking you guys to go look at the policies themselves, and even the authority that we delegate to the treasurer to process our purchase orders that we do at the beginning of every year. Again, just check out, it's several of them that you guys need to read. And it's not a problem, we just need some direction and policy that if we're gonna keep it as what we voted on last week, let's update the policies to match that. If we're not, let's move it. Either way, let's make the practice match the policy. That's all I'm asking for everybody here, to check those out. Okay?
Okay.
That's a second. I do want to note that, yes, the board, we do have a survey out right now, and it is an opportunity, like, you can tell us anything, good, bad, indifferent. You just tell us a random thought that you have. Just fill it out. I mean, take it, don't take it. Don't feel obligated, but if you do want to share something, this is your opportunity. And I think it's a good practice that maybe we should also put a survey out about us as a board. I mean, why not? We're putting them out in other places. And we'll do, when we actually do our reviews, that'll happen again. I did ask Ms. Kidd, because I have heard several individuals who, unfortunately, we have not gotten to the space where people don't have to feel retaliated against based on giving an opinion. And we are working on that a lot more diligently some days than others. So I did ask Ms. Kidd to queue up and be able to show individuals, which I think is on the screen right now, kind of what we can see. And I don't know, do you have a mic, Ms. Kidd? You want to say something? They're just seeing pictures right now. She mumbling right now, guys, but it's words coming out right there. But pretty much we have no access. Oh, she's coming up to the mic. This is a rare appearance for Ms. Kidd. Give it up, y'all.
Yes, I very much prefer behind the scenes. Good evening.
Dang, they can't even see you right now. Oh, there you go. You on the board.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Lawrence, Board, and Treasurer Abraha. What is showing on the screen right now is the initial way that the report pulls from the survey. This is the data raw in pie charts, but if Leslie will click on the spreadsheet next to it, that is how I received the data. There is no information on there that is identifiable. It's simply the date and time that the survey was completed and submitted, and then it goes right into the questions. You see column A, column B, there are no hidden columns. There's nothing there collecting any personal identifiable data from anyone. It comes straight out from there.
So appreciate it, Ms. Kidd. Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
yeah, just want people to know we're trying to give individuals more spaces to tell us things in ways that they feel comfortable, but we're also trying to improve the district. Like you use feedback to improve, you use feedback to get better. You don't just use it to go, gotcha. That's just not, as adults, that's not an effective way to move in the world. So again, I believe I saw the email that it's open on Monday. I mean, we're going to review it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to discuss it because it is a space for us as a board to learn what the individuals who actually run this organization, in the sense of you keep it moving, to hear what you're saying and to hear your thoughts and to take those into considerations as we move forward as a group and just try to get a little bit better than we are today. And yeah, again, if you want to take it, take it. If you don't, that's okay too. There's no penalty. There's none of those type of things. We can't say who took it. So everyone in the organization can tell us they took it, and we will never know, even though we only have I think she said 160 individuals. So feel free, take it. It's okay. Another thing that I got asked some questions on was our busing based on an article that came out. As a board, we haven't had that discussion about busing yet. Is the ultimate goal to eventually get to a point where we can maintain our workforce and provide busing for all the students in our district? Absolutely, that's our goal. Is that a reality that we'll be able to do that next year? I honestly don't know. Maybe. If we can, we can. If we can't, we can't. But it is a discussion that you will we'll have as a board, because again, we have to approve those type of things. But that is something in there. Again, we're always hoping and striving to be a little bit better than we are today in any services that we can give our students and our families. I mean, we're striving to do it. Is it practical? Not always. Is it something that we know today that'll happen tomorrow? Not necessarily. So just stay tuned. I mean, keep tuning into us. You also have to know the news likes to run stories. I mean, that's their job, to give you a story. Before we got all the factors in place, I think one thing, our transportation department is killing it this year, not only in their attendance, their diligence in service, their cover routes. They are getting to a place where you rarely hear stories about us not having bus routes for individuals. And that's our goal. And I think so long as we're able to maintain that and also keep up where we have grown from now over probably the last 10 years, yes, that's absolutely the goal for us. I believe that's all. Oh, I do want to tell you guys, twice a week I'm live and in person out of transportation on bus 510, making it happen. And on my last route on yesterday morning, I actually made it with 5 minutes. I was only 5 minutes late, which is a very big improvement from the last time, because I was 15, 20 minutes late. But I was very cautious about how I moved our precious cargo. So I'm getting better and better, and I'm excited about that. I will note that something that we may want to start thinking about as a district, because some of the things you get to see, the more you see when you are actually out in the field. We got some young scholars that need our help in ways that I don't even know how we can help them. I know on one of our routes, there were multiple kids who got on the bus smelling like straight marijuana. And I'm like, there's no way they're gonna let you stay at that school all day. And just knowing that we have children that live in these environments, and I mean, at a young age, that's an addiction. Addiction is a form that we all at some point struggle with, whether it's sugar, whether it's marijuana, whether it's cigarettes, whether it's computers. Addiction is a thing, and it's a thing that, I don't know, do we have any programs right now in our district anywhere that helps kids that struggle with something that they're addicted to, try to break their habit?
Dr. Burton question in previous administration. We're just working through.
So, but you here now. That's a you question. That's a Dr. Lawrence question.
That's a Dr. Lawrence question. This is 100 days. We're just taking over.
All right,
we're still assessing and analyzing that.
Are you an alpha? Did you pledge?
I did.
What are excuses?
1986.
What are excuses?
1986.
KK side down there. What are excuses? Okay. Mr. Walker, new school board person. See, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. That is just the opportunity area. Because even as an adult, it is hard to come to terms that you can't survive without something. And just knowing that our teenagers are going through that type of space, whatever we can do to help them get connected, and really just start to get on that path of recovery. Because, I mean, again, 13 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old, they're super young. And they got a lifetime ahead of them. So if we don't have anything in play right now, it's definitely some areas that we should look into. Anyone is welcome to learn how to drive a bus, because we're always accepting new trainees every day. So without that, man, that is all I have for you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? Don't see any. Maybe we have a vote.
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
6 yeses.
We are adjourned. Members, please grab that from Miss Kidd on the way out. That'll be up next week.